We'll call it a mini tutorial. We have the Ross's Deep Dungeon of the Month club that he started this month. Job of the month is Heaven on High Gunbreaker, so we'll kind of do it in a tutorial fashion, not really like a mega one. I'll go over some things. If you guys have questions, please ask it. So it won't be like how like I kind of shut out chat and like I just like go on a verbal diarrhea of everything. Not quite. I'll probably have some intros, like we'll do like intros before the floor, what I'm looking to do. It's about it though. And then we'll just try to get through. I mean, we'll definitely be a little bit more talkative, probably 71 plus, which is usually the key floor for everyone. The beginning 60 are probably kind of whatever for most people, but that's what we go for. So let's get the shindig started. So first and foremost, actually what I'm going to do, a little partial challenge, but I think it'll be good for gamers, is we will nuke our Empyrean Potions, which is our regen, and also the potsherds. We'll take it out of the inventory. The reason here is that, look man, unlike PT, and we're going to kind of keep this oriented to Pilgrim's Traverse, especially if you're coming from Pilgrim's Traverse. The acquisition of potions and potsherds are not nearly as good as they are in PT. So you're going to be kind of strained, especially if you haven't done very much Heaven on High. And not to mention, keep in mind that Heaven on High is not a requirement for PT, only Palace is. So there might be people who are like coming in here the very first time. So we're going to start fresh. Like let's say you just unlock Gunbreaker. Boom, unlock Gunbreaker first time in. So let's kind of push it from there. So we don't have any resources either, but we do have Gunbreaker set up, right? I am running with a lot of ultra potions though, which is something I picked up from PT, and I think that would be a little bit more common to have. Doesn't matter what potions you have, you're probably not going to run low on potions, but the acquisitions of the potsherds are still kind of the OG, old school way of doing it. So they're not that plentiful, so you're gonna have to try to hunt down some bronze chests. First couple floors are going to be, I would say, similar to PT in terms of difficulty. You do have a lot less buttons to work with, but you're probably gonna, if you're used to AoE pulling in PT, you can probably be pretty comfortable doing it here, at least up until 30. So that shouldn't be too much of a adjustment period, outside of just like understanding the hold on, I'm getting my self-organized here. Understanding like the kit that you now have, which is a 70 kit as opposed to a 100 kit. So let's hop on. I'll do it. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope y'all had a good Tuesday. It was like rainy all day. I did a lot of physical things today. I went to a trampoline park that I've never been to. Went to Dave & Buster's. Dave & Buster's was great up until the kids showed up, and then it wasn't so great. But I mean, you know, it is what it is. Still rainy here. Yeah. Gonna have this weather coming up to you all week. Lovely. Sounds like I had a fun day. I'm more, you know what I'm more happier with, dude? It's the fact that, hold on. The fact that I'm dying. Give me a second. What's my AoE button? Oh, I found it. The fact that, I might actually die here. Which is gonna be hilarious. I'm more happy that I feel physically okay after going to the trampoline park, because I was kind of I was a little nervous about that, but okay, we're good. We're surviving. Okay, nailed it. See, no problem. It's just not even a concern. Obviously, no worries about my HP there. Just have to be a little careful. Don't have too much extra healing like you would at 100. So yeah, I was doing. Look, man, I'm old. Do you know how old I am? I'm 40, and I almost nailed the front flip, so I'm pretty happy. So we'll go with that. I can actually play the song. The song is good. Definitely gonna start worrying about our bodies. Yeah, my issue is I have a little bit of my calf is not really happy. So, hey Nemi, how you doing? Hey, for the record, I had this song before they put it into the game. I just want to put it out there. So, little tip here is that you're not seeing Magicites until 7. Unlike PT, where PT was an adjustment, because you can actually get incenses all the way from the first floor, this is kind of OG territory. So you're not seeing any of your better palms until 7. So I can skip that silver chest, unless you need arm and armor, then obviously you'd want to probably have that. But you won't see me open silver chests until then. Good, hope you're good. I'm fine. Like, in all honesty, day was amazing. I had such a great day today. It's just, I'm planning to do 1-100 here, and it's just gonna be a really long day, so I'm gonna hope I can make it. I have 3 drinks in front of me, none of which are spiked, none of which are energy drinks, but we'll figure it out. Cheers. We'll do something, guys. I will go a little faster to kind of accommodate for that kind of speed. So it's like the old times, Zevran. You know how it goes, man. Like old school. We're here to do it all the way through like I could. Like Heaven on High was definitely one that I could do completely in its completion, but going to Heaven on High again after EOP is like you have to play seriously again. Kind of. I mean, I think that's one thing that I've been benefiting myself on is that with PT I've been doing more like score oriented in a way, so I'm keeping the pressure kind of higher for me, at least to my ability to do that. I mean, I'm not as good as like some of the other score runners that are out there because I'm still really learning the whole thing. But with that being said, it's like at least I feel that pressure, so it isn't too much of an adjustment. I think here it's like the concept of people saying like, you don't forget how to ride a bike. And I think that's just how it's gonna feel. Because I was trying to go over into my head like, what I have to remember how to do, how to play this job. I'm like, no, dude, just hop into the content. You're gonna remember it. I'm like, yeah, that's probably true. Even though we haven't done it for, I think the last time we saw, I had done it in, I think October, September last year. Because that was in preparation before PT showed up. So naturally it was right before, because obviously the other ones, PT didn't exist, so. I kind of just have to remember everything. Today. And if anyone has questions about that title, the Deep Dungeon of the Month, do let me know. I'm very happy to participate, help our buddy Ross kind of get that out there. So I think it's a great idea. I'm glad he started it. So here we are, we're doing it. Got me into Heaven on High. Okay, let's find the exit. Is it that away or is it this away? I'm gonna guess it's this away. Ooh, I guessed right. No! Not the trap! Yeah, we're good. Now also, I was saying that Magicites don't show up till 7. That also includes Bronze Chest. I don't get a Potcher till at least 7. Just means the room is now trap-free easy. You're right, I should think optimistically, you're right. Why would I think otherwise? I still don't have a... I still don't have a, steal? You little jerk. Ow! No tactical level there? Rip. Something for a tactical level. Safety. You just respawn. Oh, wait, that's a... Where's the... Over here. No. I'll get the level here. Intuition. And I also will... Like, I would definitely recommend the newer player to probably hunt down the chests to kind of build up your palm stock. I will kind of not do that. Well, one reason is because I kind of want to get through the run a little bit faster, but 2, this is going to be beneficial if I have less palms going up than more palms. Because that's always going to be the trouble for people trying to go for their clear, is that they're lacking Pomanders, when it's definitely more ideal to have more Pomanders, especially when it comes to Heaven on High. Heaven on High being a little bit more kind of RNG riddled, you kind of want to mitigate as much of the RNG as possible to get through and to not have to rely too much on luck, hopefully. But sometimes it'd be what it is. Heaven on High likes to kind of laugh at people no matter what you try to do. Like, the only deep dungeon, in my opinion, where someone's like, oh, my RNG's bad, and I'm like... True. Like, the other deep dungeons, I'll be like, ah, well, you could have done this, you could have done that. But this is the one where if someone complains about RNG, I kind of cut them some slack. Okay, Affluence is actually going to be good here, because like I said, 7, it opens up to the more types of Pomanders. You start to see Petrifies, you start to see Magicites, you start to see Raisings, and then you also start to see your Bronze Chest showing up, so... But anything I would say, 1 to 10 is probably the easiest 1 to 10 of all the deep dungeons. Maybe even compared to Palace. Because enemies do kind of just melt. So that's kind of nice. You're kind of killing them in like 2 GCDs. I mean, I think even in Palace, you probably kill them in like, like maybe 3 GCDs in Palace, depending on like how fast you're going, how slow you're going. So you're gonna see enemies kind of definitely go down. AoE pulling is okay. Like I said, if you're used to the AoE pulling in PT, it's gonna be kind of familiar territory here. It's that, you know, things do hit a little bit harder, a little bit faster, but... Is that a treasure room? That's the tactical level right there. I did also have a potion, which I never used, but that's besides the point. Good luck in the climb. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate it. Suddenly a score run? No, I've already missed tiles, so we're not going scoring. I just want to clear. I just want to get out of here. What was this chest behind me? Emergency evolution activated, yep. I actually don't even have healing because of auto heal disable, which is funny, but... Mind you, we don't have starting regen potions, so we're kind of adding a little difficulty to this. Kind of a little bit more starter friendly, if you will. Like, the only time I'm really gonna expect to see a potion is probably after 30. That'll probably be the start of it. Then we need Hyper, Ultra, and yep. That's right. Just Ultra your way up. I would say this is definitely gonna be, like, PT-friendly territory. That's kind of what I was aiming for. You know, maybe this is your first deep dungeon after PT, so let's like, kind of look at it that way. Got an Affluence? Amazing. So we already picked up a Magicite, which is great, and a Raising, which is even better. Good for Frog. How hot is this tea? Acceptable heat. Oh, time to close it. Oh, no, sorry. Okay. Yeah, good. Alright, let me just adjust YouTube here. Okay. strength with the exit? Sure. That'll get into the bosses, which is nice. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Take the strength for the exit. Gonna hold on to the affluence. I'm actually hoping to see a fortune. We'll see if that happens. That'll be for a particular reason, but we'll see if we get it. Good song. From here on, I probably will check a lot more chests. We kind of were skipping the first couple of floors for chests. Now, I kind of want to load up on my resources as much as I can. When I'm like loaded up, then I can kind of go a little bit more, you know, skip around things, but... I hope this one gives a Magicite. Unfortunate. Bam. Dun, 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 dun. Do you only play Deep Dungeon? Or have you tried any of the new... Nope. Pretty much only do Deep Dungeon as of more recently, I would say. I don't even do crafting. I used to do PvP and crafting, Suikazura, but I've stepped away from those. So I basically just do Deep Dungeon. If I'm ever in 14, it's pretty much just Deep Dungeon. No real interest in the raids. Not really a challenge that I want to kind of engage with, if you will. Am I ever using Burst Strike now? Because all I'm seeing is just my Gnashing Fang combo. Which I think that was part of the update, right? I mean, maybe in the higher levels you are, but I don't think I'm generating enough cartridges to even, like, get through, like, the cap of this. Maybe I am now, but... Pretty speedy, by the way. Out of here by about 17 minutes. Oh, I actually ran out. I guess it's possible to run out. Oh, and I overcapped my thing. Nice, amazing. Alright, first floor done. That's 10. Nice and speedy. Let's go straight to the next one. Seeing these self-imposing challenges helps with new and returning players' anxiety. Hey, Elias. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, and now it's interesting because I have not done another Deep Dungeon since PT. Since PT arrived, we've basically been only doing PT. So I think there's a lot of definitely interesting perspective from a lot of people who may be doing PT now and then thinking about doing the newer ones. So that's where I'm kind of looking at it as well. So, and I think this one, starting off with no pot shards and no regen potions, I mean, we're not going to climb without them. We're going to work with what we pick up. But I feel like this is more realistic for, let's say, someone who is starting it off for the first time. It's like, oh man, I just unlocked Heaven on High. Like, what am I doing? Like, a lot of people may have, like, you know, a buttload of Empyrean potions because they've been doing it for so long. Well, here's the reason where it's like, well, maybe you're just starting off, you know? So I do have confidence we can pull it off. I've done these type of runs before, so I should not have a problem. If the problem is going to occur, it's more my execution more than the lack of potions. What's up, Gims? This is not PC. This is also not a Monday. You ought to be. Hey, look, just like Biftex said, now it's trap free, you know. So we're tactical here. Beep boop beep boop. Beep boop beep boop beep boop. Something did spawn here, didn't it? It did spawn. Okay, I knew I heard something. And I said today is like we're gonna make it like a mini tutorial. I'll kind of talk about things here and there. You know, things need to be mentioned before the floor set. I should have done a little bit of an intro in the beginning of the floor set, but that's okay. We'll just do it here. And if you have any questions, definitely a good time to ask them, especially if you're newer to Heaven on High. Very good time to do them. This is why we're doing it today, and hopefully it'll be useful to people for the month of March. And we'll go from there. Thanks again, Wallen, by the way. Thank you for those biddies. I very much appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Also, I appreciate you guessing my age incorrectly. We'll go with that. I love the incorrect guessing of the age. Gunbreaker Heaven on takes you back. Yeah, this was the OG favorite for Lone Hero. Before Warrior got its one ability that made everyone love Warrior. But prior to Raw Intuition, it was Gunbreaker all the way. You wouldn't even touch Warrior. I think Warrior was like okay, but it wasn't like a favorite, if you will. So it's kind of nice to see the return of Gunbreaker, if you will. Definitely has a history. There's a lot of reasons why Gunbreaker was great. And actually a lot of it weren't necessarily because of the job. It's just because it was more accessible. It's interesting hearing Dawntrail music in Heaven on High. For sure. The mimics are strong today. Hoping for a raise, hoping for a fortune. Kind of would suck if I don't get one, and again, I'll explain in a little bit why that's the case. It'll show up pretty soon. But, yeah, we'll see if we get one, but I hope we do. Checking these rooms to see. Might actually push out one extra affluence to see if we can get it. You know what? I'm gonna leave the song on. I want to hear the best part of the song, and then change it after. Get a fortune? Yeah, I wish. I'm gonna try. I did affluence though. I remember the PUTD low ether pull run in YouTube was a huge help when I was getting started Palace for new players. Huge benefit to see the run. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that feedback, by the way. That's kind of the reasoning, because that was what was a lot of the things that I was keeping in mind. I still one of the comments I got that definitely resonated. It was an angry comment, but I took it seriously. It was like the old, I think maybe the Shadowbringer guys or something, and their comment was so you said this is like a beginner guide teaching you how to get the clear, but you're starting off with all your Aethypol and all your potions. It doesn't feel like a beginner guide. And I'm like, you know what? That's fair. Not that I can go and change it right away, but then that's where when we did the Dawntrail guide, I had that in mind completely. That it was like, okay, let's start with a lower starting point, one that might be a little bit more viable, a little bit more practical, And it also starts with like no potions, you know, to show you what it looks like when you don't have potions. Now, granted, there is a skill difference that would happen versus, you know, someone who's trying to get their first clear versus someone who's gotten like 60 clears, been doing it for 8 years and everything, right? There's going to be a difference there. But I think there's still a lot of value, especially with Deep Dungeon, when you know it's possible, that it can go a long way. Whether you can do it or not can be debatable, but at least you know it's possible, you know? And that really kind of opens a lot of doors and stuff, so... I am not seeing that fortune. I'm gonna actually push out another affluence here to try to hope I get that fortune, because we won it by 15. If I don't see it, then it is what it is, but at least I tried. At least we do have 2 Magicites, so ayo. Oh, the one more palm that I need. Angry crabs. Good sock. Not a bad sock after kind of rushing too in like the beginning part, so yeah, I'm happy with the Magicites and 1 raising, which sometimes Heaven on High is a little bit weird. Well, I mean, everything except Palace of the Dead is weird, to be honest. Just want the 1 palm. The 1 palm I'm looking for. It won't be a big deal if we don't see it, but I'll explain why it would be bad if we don't get it. My first ever attempt in EO had no raising, and it's the worst feeling considering how... Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of my early attempts when I was trying to prog was also a similar situation, that I didn't have a raising. Like, I think I got lucky when we cleared PT, because it was during the front page slot, and I was able to pick up so many raisings, so it really made it almost like marathon safe, which was great. But on like the initial attempt before the front page slot, I had none to work with, like just nothing to work with. So, but sometimes it'd be like that. Welcome to Deep Dungeon. What the hell's the chest? Oh, there it is. Sorry. Even after a couple EO runs, no raising has me on edge. Yeah, I'm sure you guys feel the same way, but I just play differently with the raising on. Even if, like, you know, you're going with, like you gotta get the high score, no death can be possible. I still feel like a raising gives me just a little bit of, like, security, you know? And I play just a little bit more recklessly, just because I know at least the run won't end immediately. So, but I do find that for myself that I play very differently with a raising or a non-raising. Also, I'm gonna kind of gear the tutorial more towards strategy. Like, I just used that petrification. I'm thinking, like, should I like talk about petri? No, I mean, it's not so beginner. It's just going over like how to get through. Like, if you want that stuff, that's where my other guys are there for. More detailed on that. This is just almost like an updated, let's talk about this content in 2026 on my birthday, you know? So, let's see, move. Okay, so it's unfortunate we didn't see the fortune, and the reason why it's important, special to Heaven on High, something you don't see in all the other deep dungeons, 15 is a guaranteed big room, or a Hall of Fallacies is the correct term for Heaven on High. It's the feature of Heaven on High, the special part of Heaven on High. 15 is guaranteed because it's their way of like showing you, hey, this thing is in this game, like I hope you enjoy it, because there's a chance that you probably don't actually see it. So this would be a good floor, at least from my own personal strategy, to do a Fortune Magicite here. Because you will have a lot of kills, and you will have a lot of chances to get possible chests, and could be a really good area to like load up on all your palms. Because it's very RNG riddled, like you probably don't even get anything additional, but it's still really nice to have it. So that's why it's a little unfortunate we didn't see the Fortune, but that's okay, we will work with what we got. And if I don't see the Fortune in these pickups, I am actually not going to burn that Magicite. Also, another logic that an old logic that I did for Heaven on High to justify using a Magicite here, because sometimes you'll go through a run and see very limited Magicites. Like, it's very possible you can like actually see 0. I've seen it twice on runs before. But my thought process here is like, look, man, if I'm on floor 15 and I don't see a Magicite from now till 100, this run was doomed from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So nuking a Magicite here to get the kills, to me, is like, it's fine. Not a big deal. It's also partially lazy, because you can probably just pull everything and kill it that way, but honestly, like, I just like to get it over and done with. So that's kind of where I kind of have that justification. I did a site there just in case I see luring traps, but again, we may not need... Yeah, I'm not going to use it, so that's a little bad luck there, but, you know, welcome to Heaven on High. And I'm climbing, right? And I climb, and I climb, and I climb. So we climb. Actually, I probably want to put in the, I probably want to put in, the M12 song in here. I kind of do like the M12. Alright, we got some fake exits, possibly. You have options. You can either do a safety to eliminate them, you can do a conceal to find them, or you just step into it and deal whatever the hell game gives you. Rip-a-rooney. I can't believe it. Why did Gims already know this? He must be cheating. Because the palms are good, I'm probably just gonna keep just going faster now. I kind of wanted to set up for this floor, but we didn't get it, but we're just gonna go a little faster. Elias said, quality light changes help a lot too. I can't remember how many hours I spent farming potions. They're not in Heaven on High though. Heaven on High does not have those quality of life changes, nor does EO. So you're kind of still working with the OG rules, which, I mean, I hope that they fix it or add it at some point, because it was really good. I think the PT solution was fantastic. Now, Palace of the Dead certainly has a solution, but I think it's way too aggressive in my opinion. And that wouldn't be how I would personally put it, but the way PT did, I thought PT did it great, so. That's a Mimic. Because I'm transformed, I can't open the chest. That is a Mimic guaranteed. That's a little unfortunate, because I still have 10 seconds on this clock, and I don't have a potion running. Two of these guys are gonna try to petrify, minify me though, so that's okay. I'm gonna have to be a little careful here, because this is gonna kind of hurt. Okay. I'll kill the Mimic. Petri. Now let's use the Petri. You don't believe me it's a mimic? How dare. How dare you? Look at that chest. Raising is capped, and if I get the Magicite, that would be amazing. Cap raising already is just, that's almost mind-blowingly lucky. There's second chest there, really? Just had the dumbest Megenics run with a fighter that basically went an infinite round. Now I worry all of the runs will seem lame. With a fighter that basically went infinite every round. Infinite. Wait, what do you mean infinite? Like it just didn't, like it didn't end? Kind of thing? Oh, that's great. That's really good for me. I'm actually gonna probably witching here. Only because this is actually gonna hurt. The turtles do hurt. Oh, you missed the damn thing. Nice for you to join the party late. This is where Gunbreaker is gonna suffer because of the lack of AoEs here. Because you don't have your spender. Unlike you do on the higher floors, so 18 smells. What does it smell like? Yeah, like in your opinion, like what are we talking about in terms of smell? Like, is it a flowery, perfumey? Is it rotten? Like, what are we looking at here? Iron Blood. A decent Gundam anime series. A very sad one, but I still don't have the fortune. If I get the fortune, I'll nuke this for to make up for the last one. If. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum 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 bum. Oh, we got the fortune! Let's go! Wait, I need to surrender. We're doing it anyway. I'll make up this to do the fortune match site. So here I actually want to look around, because what I want to look for is a luring trap here. To try to pull extra kills. James might get his wish with a double silver chest here. Nope. No luck there. Not seeing anything, but sending it. So you got the drops? I do have the drops now, yeah. Zoom Zerk, passive that refreshes movement. Refreshes movement if you hit for more than 10. A passive that makes weapons hit for 3 times, but break and stick ability, along with extra attacks and cleric to keep it going if necessary. Damn. Alright. That's awesome. Yeah, like was it Saturday? We had that ranger that kept refreshing my that kept refreshing their abilities because I like loaded them up because I kept having pickups and everything. Oh, that was insane. Oh, there it is. There's that match site. Game's got it. It did come from a job too, so hey. It's so loud. Classic 18. I will never see a Magicite ever again. That's it. I only had 3. The game was gonna allot me 3 and I already burned 1. Doom. Dun, 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 dun. It's a fat cat. One tiny tip here is that it is a little common to know that the lower floored auspices will have a faster chance to give you the buff. Whereas on the higher floors, they take a little bit longer for whatever reason. So if you're finding yourself like staying there for a while, it's just that's how it's coded in. You actually dropped something. What? Another mimic after I did this. Hi you! Thanks to follow, welcome in. Oh, I got my fortunes back. Hugo, not bad. Had a wonderful day so far, and hopefully we can finish it off today with a 100 clear. Cheers. Oh, that's my Woo-Wah song. I was wondering what song this was. Yo, what's up, Henry? I love how many people doing this. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Perfy doing it a little bit earlier when I got home. Hope you're having a good day, Henry. Pretty well. How's the weather been? Yeah, I was just kind of like light drizzle all day. Had a really nice day today. Survived the trampoline park. I think, I don't know, I'll let you guys know tomorrow if I actually survived the trampoline park. Sometimes my body likes to yell at me like a day later, but... We will be back to Mugenics Thursday. So in terms of like the overall variety schedule, Thursday, Friday, Saturday should be Mugenics. I don't see why it wouldn't be Mugenics. Monday, 14, hopefully clear the Bard. Tuesday should be Mugenics, but next Thursday, I believe, will be Arknights because the new patch comes in, and I'm very excited for the new patch for Arknights. And it's so interesting because it's been like a month and a half since new content for Arknight, well, since Arknight released, and it still feels fresh because I play that game still like every day. And there's still so much to like that I have been adjusting and doing. It's like, oh man, all right, new content. So I'm really excited for that. Hopefully they'll have drops. Hopefully they'll like be more sponsored stuff. Take advantage of that. So we'll see. All right, 20 in the books. All right, we're gonna hit an ad here, first ad of the stream, and then we'll continue on to 21. The goal is 100, so we'll see how that goes. Before I hit that ad, 21 is going to be a pretty important floor. Basically, this is kind of the farm floor. If you're looking to stock up in potions, this is where it's at. This is the best one to do. Again, you're not looking at a PT situation where the chest will give you double, and like you can go to a checkpoint and get one. You only have so many limited ways of doing it. 21 to 30 is good. You're not really getting it from the chest, but you're getting the guaranteed from the boss, and you don't need that many. Now, as a reminder on this run, we are going with no starting Empyrean potions and no starting potsherds. So we're only going to work with what the game gives us, and we'll see how much we have and how much we end with. So this is kind of being a little bit more catered to someone who's hopping into Heaven on High for the first time. Maybe you did come from PT and then you unlock Heaven on High, right? You may have the job level, but you may not have the resources. Of course, you may have to farm your arm and armor. 21 to 30 is also good for arm and armor farming if you need to. I would recommend something around 65. If you're like about 65, 70, then you could start a run and you'll get the rest climbing up. We are capped here, but if anything, I would say the more important one is actually your regen potions versus say your arm and armor, which you can get over time. Luckily, with this deep dungeon, you can start from 1, climb your way up. You're not really worried about arm and armor. Unlike, let's say, EO. EO will be a little bit more concerning with lower arm and armor, or like 0. It'd be really hard to kind of get it up there without like some help or certain jobs to go in. But at least Heaven on High, you can kind of go in any job and you'll be able to get through to 30 without too much of an issue from personal experience. So, alright, so we'll be back 3 minutes and then we'll continue. Thank you guys for watching BRB, and we'll continue the run. Trying to go a little speedy here because except we've had a long day. I think sleep will be kind of nice. I was gonna take a nap earlier, and then had to get a phone call right before. I'm like, oh, okay, it's fine. The phone call was fine, but I was like trying to close my eyes, and then it's like, yeah, never mind. Phone call it is. Comms are generally good, so I'm probably just gonna go and get to the exit now. So here, enemies are going to hit you a lot harder than you are used to and probably from PT. So bear that in mind. Even pulling a full floor might feel a little bit awkward in terms of how much damage you're taking. So, you know, build yourself into it, get used to it first. Maybe it is uncomfortable, maybe it is comfortable. The traps here are a little bit more notorious than I would say PT. I would say it's a lot better to dodge traps in PT. Whereas here, it's like even if you're hugging some of the walls, you probably will still get penalized for it. But one liquid consumed, we're down to the next one. 2 more left. Sight, that's actually really good. Oh, I went the wrong way. God dang it. Oh, that's the intuition, right? Okay, I don't need to do that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, I won't see a Potcher till 4. Story floors, generally for Deep Dungeon, you don't see a Potcher till 4. If you do a lot of PT, you'll see a similar thing there, where you don't see Potchards until floor 4. At least with EO and Heaven on High specifically, that only really accounts for up until like the story floors to 30, and then you'll see Potchards coming in on any floor. So here I don't really have to go for the Potchards at the moment, or go for the bronze chest at the moment until I get to 4. Thank you for watching those ads, God. I very much appreciate that. Is that a treasure room? Indeed, a treasure room. Be a little careful here, because I could hit a trap. I'm actually going to do a portion. Really? I got the trap. I was trying to avoid that trap too. Okay. Affluence is good. I don't really see what this chest is yet. Hold on. Steel is good. Frailty is good. I'm leading my server's triple triad. You leading your server's triple triad tournament? Good. Represent the Deep Dungeon community for us. Let's go. Kick ass, man. All pressure's on you now. If you don't win, you're gonna let an entire community down. So, no pressure. I had a feeling that was going to be a trap. But luckily I hit it in the correct order that doesn't kill me. There was a respawn. Intuition. Yeah. Oh, DD of the month. Deep Dungeon of the month. Hashtag. 3. D-Dom? Yeah, we can go with D-Dom. D-Dom. Actually, let's go here. I'm actually gonna run back. And now I get the fortune. I'm sorry, I get the witching. I need to survive this pull. I got Madaried. Good practice for what's to come here. Strength. Conceal. Sight came back. Good. Get the witching. I want to see these kind of pulls. The 90 set? I think like 91 is possible. Also, if I'm running potions, that'll be probably better. Yeah, when I'm also dead tired by 90, like I'll be running on fumes by 91. Oh, that's the witching I was looking for? Okay. Oh, was that the other witching? It was like a secondary witching? The adrenaline spike of fight of your life will wake you up. There was only one time, BivTech, where that actually was not good enough. It was when I had COVID, post-COVID symptoms, and I could not understand, at the time, I could not understand why I was so tired and I was so fatigued. Like, I just had no energy doing a Heaven on a High run. And then I later realized that it was because it was post-COVID stuff. That was the only time I was actually so exhausted that I could barely continue the run. Never in the amount of time that I've done runs like this had I ever felt like that. Except that one time. I didn't get the what? How did I not get the AoE off? I'm so confused. What did I miss? A steal? Wait, what? I don't even... Okay, I didn't pick it up. COVID sucks. The after effects are way worse than anything. Yeah, I am very lucky. Very lucky I didn't have too much. My mom, periodically, her taste will go in and out. Like, when she got COVID, she didn't have taste or smell for months. And I'm just so fortunate that it came back, but occasionally she'll have... Like, if she has, like a sneezing fit, well, she just kind of sneezes a couple times in a row, there is a large risk that she'll just lose her taste for, like, the night or, like, the day. Which is just sucks, man. Like, it sucks. But it is what it is. Yeah, hers was gone, I think, for, 6 to 8. Like, it was really bad for, like, maybe, like, 3 or 6. And it slowly started to come back after that. But it was a while. And it's really disappointing, because she's the kind of person that loves to eat. She wears, like, really nice perfume that it takes her so long to find, and she couldn't smell that. And, yeah, it was just really bad. So I felt horrible for that. And that's why for me it's like, man, I got out very lucky. Like, really lucky. Like, I think I would have the same reaction, because, like, you know, tasting food, eating food is a pretty big portion of, like, me. I love that stuff. And to lose that, it's like, it's rough, you know? That Samurai's gonna aggro. There might be a Petri here, Gims, but I'll have to give you the benefit of doubt. I'm not checking all the chests right now, so... Oh, I didn't mean to pull that. Well, guess you're coming to the party today. Unless this one is, in particular, is actually the Petri. So... I don't need it. I'm capped out, so I'm just gonna go to the exit now. If I was still looking for one, I'd look for him, but now it's like, you know, I don't really need it. Odin doesn't show up till 31 anyway. Not that I really care for Odin, but... Probably better I don't see an Odin, if I had to be honest. What the? Why there's so many chests here? Was this actually a treasure room? It didn't even feel like a treasure room, but yeah, it's a treasure room. Song's so good. I like this song a lot. As you see, we're going pretty speedily through these floors, even with cap palms, which is really nice. Like, this is not something you'll experience in EO. You can probably experience it in PT, although I haven't really gone for speed in PT. But, yeah, like, each of the deep dungeons will give you a different look. You can totally utilize previous experience to kind of help you out. But I definitely would look at each deep dungeon as its own entity that provides you its own challenge. So just keep that in mind. I like the original more than the Pulse. Yes, me too. I like the original way more than the Pulse, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm with you. Pulse is great. I like the remix. I like that it's different, but I do like the OG much better. We're outie. Might frailty the boss. We need that frailty until later anyway. With Steel and Frailty, we can disrespect the mechanic of this boss. Yes, things do hit harder in Heaven on High versus PT. But there are some things that we know that we can kind of cheese, if you will. This will be one of them. Just toss an extra defense, you know, that's all. 1 or 2 extra defenses here, so I'll do that. I'll do that. Hey, what up, going on, Gently? How you doing? How you doing? The Dungeon of the Month. Little defenses here and there. Not a big deal. Tank privilege, man. Tank privilege. Is it okay just to single target stuff with Gunbreaker? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can probably even forego the landmine 71. It's not necessary. It's nice to do though. I mean, even now with the Super Bowl light that it is, like it's not the old Super Bowl light that drops you to 1. A landmine play would be really nice on Gunbreaker with Super, but you don't have to. Alright, so per part of this challenge that we're doing, aside from just giving you guys like a mini tutorial like starter kit, we did start this run without any potsherds or regen potions. So now we are getting our first guaranteed potsherd from killing 30. We do want to be cognizant of trying to get to bronze chests if we can to try to get more potsherds, but now we are going to have a stock of 20 regen on our person because of 30, which is really nice. So. And we'll see how much we use on the run. We'll go from there. Also starting into 31, if you're familiar with PT will kind of apply to this as well. The floors will get bigger. You're going to start seeing, you're no longer going to see 3 rooms anymore. You're going to see much bigger rooms, probably much higher kill counts to get through to the exit. The enemies are going to be a little bit harder than your previous set, not a significantly harder amount. I would actually argue that 31 to 40 is actually a little bit harder than 41 to 50, minusing the boss, not including the boss, because 40 is the easiest boss, where 50 does get a little bit harder. Respawns are now 10 minutes, which is where this is where it started. Heaven on High started with the respawn at 10 minutes on the non-story floors, and then carried into EO, carried into PT. So you have much longer respawns. You don't really have to care about the respawning unless you're on the floor for a really long time, but the enemies here die pretty fast. I'm just to point out some notable enemies, but generally speaking, you're probably going to kill a lot of things before they really get dangerous, especially if you're going with single pulls, and we'll probably be doing single pulls from here on out. So let's continue. E-Man, good to see you. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you okay. We need this bronze chest. We need this bronze chest. Still need the bronze chest. Okay. Gonna open with the strength here. A nice habit I like to do that I've definitely picked up from my Heaven on High experience is I like to open with strength and then kind of work with whatever the game gives me thereafter. So, especially more so if you have 3. If you don't have 3, I'll probably hang on to the strength a little bit longer. But if I have 3, I'll probably start with the thing. Something is walking over here. Definitely keep your attention on your feet. Now that AoE that hits me probably doesn't kill me, but you're gonna have to get used to that in Heaven on High a little bit, the out of combat AoEs. I don't think you have actually much of that to worry about in PT. Let me just like run down the enemies really fast in my head. I don't think you have too much to worry about. EO, kind of. I mean, a lot of them are more like the one-shot, like if you get close enough, they do large AoEs, but in terms of like out of combat, like those circle AoEs, I don't think you have too much of that in PT, if any, that I can really recall. Someday you will do the Dev Heaven on High run? Someday. Someday. You gotta like... That would be good for a live event, in my opinion. We have like an audience or something, so that you'll have all these witnesses knowing that you can't hear anything. I think it's just weird to do on stream. This is probably the one dangerous enemy here, the Harakiri, because they at low HP will explode. You can stun them. Only real concern here is if you kind of carry it around with you, because it will either explode on a timer or explode when it's low HP. But if you just do that, then I mean, who really cares? Like, it's dead. But that's like the one enemy I would say is concerning. These ninjas do also explode, but it's like a lot of times if you're doing single pulling, like Dona Jenny said or asked, you're not really concerning yourself with those details. It's only really more of a concern if you're doing bigger pulls. Which this floor, actually, if you're looking into score running, we will have some of our community members focusing a little bit more on scoring and on speeding. This floor actually gets a little dangerous because you have to worry about those mechanics. Here, with just going for the clear on my end, just aiming for that first time clear, or just a nice let's say casual, I shouldn't say casual. A nice kind of straight up clear, not concerning about any other details other than the title. you don't really worry too much about some of those details because you do down the enemies really quickly. So I mean, if you're multi-pulling, you get more of those concerns, but not in a single pull format. Of course, it gets a little bit rougher when you go to the higher floors, as things will take longer and longer to die. Therefore, you have to mind a little bit more details on them. But nice cast, yeah. I really shouldn't say. Bro, my voice, I swear. I really shouldn't say that, because if someone's going for the first clear, I shouldn't say it's casual. And granted, for me it is, but that's not gonna be for you, so we gotta bring it down. Bro, dude, Dave and Buster's was so loud. I probably was yelling a lot, so that my voice is like definitely shot a little bit. So it's a really, really good idea for me to go from a Dave and Buster's where my voice gets shot into a 7-hour stream discussing Deep Dungeon. So I'm just saying, we really picked a good day for this. I mean, all the games were fun. I think one of the benefits... Also, wait, before I continue that, what's up, Mask? We are. You know why? Because our buddy, Mr. Omniros, which I'll do over here, but I'm gonna put it up on YouTube. He started a Deep Dungeon of the Month club. It's almost like a book club. So every month we'll try as a community to do a run of Deep Dungeon as the same job for everybody. So this month he picked with a Heaven on High Gunbreaker run, and that's why we're back in Heaven on High to participate. And also doing it a little bit as a tutorial. So anyone who's looking to maybe do it themselves, maybe get some help, you know, get their first time clear, that's where I will position myself as I usually do. Snack, thank you for the 5 with the subs, I appreciate it. Less my sacrifice, yeah. It's all good. So back to BitTech, your original question. What's really nice is that the Dave & Buster's I had gone to... oh, thank you! I appreciate it. Yeah. We are now really old. I am now into the 40th category. I'm level 40, so hooray, I'm old as hell. But like I said, at 40 I can do a flip on I can almost do a flip on a trampoline, so we'll take it, you know. So the Dave & Buster's is kind of newish in my area, which means they probably installed a lot of newer games in there. So they had an axe throwing, which was really hatchet throwing, which was really fun. They had Connect 4 basketball, which was really fun. They had an AMC Walking Dead, which is not bad. I mean, the AMC Walking Dead reminded me of House of the Dead. And the thing with it's not so much the fact that it was zombies, it's more the fact that they had sharp camera turns that immediately you got hit by the zombie. And I'm like, of course that's the case. Like, why would that not be the case? So it's like more that kind of like, you know, haha, you need to know it's here before, like, you know, if it's your first time playing, you're not going to know that, so you're going to die. So sometimes that kind of progression, but it is what it is. I knew that was going to be there. I'm over here thinking about popping into Heaven on High, and while I'm thinking about this, man is a third of the way done. I'm tired, bro. Look, it's been a long day, bro. I want to get out and go to bed, okay? I want to sleep. Meanwhile, we'll just do a 1 to 100, whatever. One seating. No big deal. Never see. Yeah, no. I actually do have a legit axe throwing thing in my area, which I would like to do one time. Like, actually sharp axes. But this one was an arcade version, so it was like rubber hatchet, into like rubber, like a rubber target. So that was kind of cool. The ninja zombies in the video games. Yeah, it was so brazen. It's just like, camera turn. Oh my god, they're already swinging. It's like, what? Yeah. It's like you had to shoot like mid-camera turn to get them. It's like, yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. I'm used to this. It's not the first time. Hatchet throwing in a Dave & Buster's, that was not what I was expecting. Definitely gonna be interesting when like so I was there until like I was there until about 6:30, and the kids started to show up. So yeah, that would have been interesting with children. You're afraid of those bouncing back? Well, the actual axes, yes. The rubber ones, not so much, although they did have a little bit of a chance to bounce back, but at least they are rubber, so it's not that bad. But it was kind of fun. Okay, affluence, I'll use that. But I love that comment mask. What year is it? Don't worry, it's 2026 last I checked. I'm welcoming the new year for... I'm welcoming my birthday with a Heaven on High retro run. That's what I'm doing. What up, Ada? Give me a second here, guys. Petrification! Oh, baby! Let's see if I can do this correctly. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Chilling, might play some Stardew. The new Stardew. You're not made for... Is it too scary? I heard about the person who refunded the game because it was too scary. Oh my god, it's another auspice. Oh my god, it's a raising. What is this luck? I'm seeing everything that's very high chance of not showing up, and we're seeing everything. Interesting. All I need is like the quadruple item, no items, and we're good to go. I heard about the this obscene puzzle that people figured out on like 24 hours. The final RE puzzle was solved, and then I started reading the comments on Facebook. They're like, "Oh, it was data mined." I'm like, "That's boring." Now I'm not so much excited about this puzzle. Like, who cares? You data mined it. Thanks for the hype train, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you again, Snack. I appreciate it. Of course, the video leaves out like, you know, oh man, you know, we figured out this puzzle. It's so obscure and so ridiculous. Meanwhile, it's like they look through the files to find it, and they like just posted it and just put a video on it. Kind of just leaving that part out, you know. Which to me like checks out why a puzzle so complicated took that long. Because I remember the one near automata puzzle secret that was in the game that they didn't figure out till like 10 or something years later. And like it was confirmed by Yokotaro. They're like, yep, you figured it out, good job. It took a while, but you guys got there, you know. It's like I really don't need to do that. Speaking of puzzles, I am doing variant and did a different route and didn't get a new ending, so this is gonna be interesting. Did you get... Wait, so you didn't get a log in your book? Like, it didn't actually give you a new entry? Well, I mean, that's all you need, because that probably hints you towards something else. At least from my experience from the first variant. So I somehow looped back to one I did already. Oh, interesting. Boom, boom. That ninja is trying to be interesting, but unfortunately he didn't get me this time. That is a treasure room. Classic treasure room on an exit. Classic. I'm outie. Leon. God, really? Hold. I held there for a second because I didn't want to trigger a landmine into a silver chest. Very good habits form. Yeah, off we go. Bismarck. Nice. I was actually just thinking about that surrendering. But I was missing a surrender here. Okay, that is the exit. The Bismarck theme isn't bad, but after Ravana. Ravana phase 1 or Ravana phase 2? I actually don't like phase 2 Ravana. I like phase 1. I like phase 1 Ravana, but not phase 2. You like both? Yeah, I wasn't too much of a fan of phase 2. That goes everything burns. I think I may put that on the playlist. Whenever I find time to do so. I do like that song. Oh, not out here. Oh. Well. The tea got cold. I got a nice thermos here that's gonna keep it warm. For the whole stream, mind you, it'll be warm for the whole stream, so that's kind of nice. Oh, I gotta go find something in, like, Narnia. Rip. Rip. Rip me. Rip everything. Everything. Sight. Oh, I can't even open chests, right? Bro. Record. Is it an Odin? Negative. I usually don't drink tea, but soccer code boxes have them, so... If you do the one coming, I think, for March, let me know. Because it's interesting. Because I heard it was, like... I mean, it's supposed to be Cherry Blossom, but I'd be interested to see what you think of it. It's a side-scroll, guys. It's a side-scroll game. Look at that. Side-scroll. Perfect side-scroll game. I think the exit's here. I ran into a wall. Okay. When I run like this, I think of F-Zero. Whenever you beat F-Zero, that's how they do the camera angle. The Hagiri one? The tea? The one coming in March is supposed to be Cherry Blossom, like a sweet Cherry Blossom tea. I don't know what... I don't remember what it was for February. I actually don't usually drink the teas. Not that I'm against it, I just usually just don't get to it. Not the Mimic! No! Get back. Well, camera. Hey. Okay, because this one, oh yeah, that sounded really good. Yeah, March, yeah. That sounded great. Like, when I heard what that was, I'm like, ooh, that sounds... That's a lot of good things all at once. Petrification! What? Okay, do I have the, okay, I do. I have strength. Hey JCN, thanks for the gift sub to Happy Birthday. Almost even had the correct number of gift subs associated with the age. Almost. Not quite, but almost. The last time you guys heard Revenge Twofold from my stream, huh? Today? The last time was today, got it. Oh, right. I forgot. Gonna gently! Oh, thanks for gifting 5 to the community! Let's go! To Nekula, to Harris, to Alex, to Hey Leonard, and to Final Hit. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you for that gift subs. Very much appreciate it. Do I have, okay, well... Shield wasn't high enough? Question mark? Wait, really? Alright, whatever. Not a big deal. I don't really have a game plan on the 81 set, so many debuffs. Yeah, I mean, my thing was always to evenly distribute your bombs. That's kind of my go-to plan. Like, basically never try to zero out. It's like, you know, use the Magicite, use the Petri, use the Serenity, and then kind of, like, get them all to 2. That's my game plan for Heaven on High. It's very unique for Heaven on High, which is one reason I kind of like Heaven on High. How you manage the bombs there, personally, but it's tricky. It's a very tricky affair. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep. Well, I definitely have a fresh shield here. Alright. Duty complete. Sub 2 hours in the first 40. Pretty good pacing here. One of my favorite hub areas, by the way, with all the lighting. Looks really cool here. Alright, I'm gonna hit an ad here, and then we will continue into the next set. Before we get into the ad, this set will introduce the new floor layout And from 1 to 40, it's very common to hit traps. Probably saw me hit a couple. I think I actually made it through 31 without hitting a trap. 41 onward, with like one exception in like 81 to 100. As long as you're hugging the walls pretty closely. I like to joke like you're licking the wall. That's how close you want to be to the wall. You're probably going to avoid like literally every trap in 41 to 80. So definitely get used to hugging the walls here. Definitely if you come from PT, you probably have maybe gotten that habit of like hugging the walls there. And usually hugging the walls in PT is going to be pretty useful because you probably will avoid like almost all the traps. So it kind of applies here as well. Traps here can be kind of deadly, especially if you hit them, because enemies will start to hit you much harder. I think starting now, you're gonna probably start to feel the damage difference. Like, I would say, like, enemies here probably hit you as hard as something like, maybe like 61 or like 51 PT already. And then it ramps even higher than that, much quicker from like 51 plus. So that's going to be the difference that you'll start to feel. I would say like the first 40 floors are probably going to be not too different from your experience with PT, or aside from the enemies feeling very easy to kill in terms of time, like you're kind of blasting through them. That'll start to even out the higher you go. Yeah, you're not seeing the HP sponges like you are, especially in EO. So definitely look forward to that. This floor set is kind of the last warm-up floor. 41 is a pretty more straightforward. The enemies are not overly difficult. The boss can get a little dicey. Some people do make mistakes on the boss that can kill them. So we'll go over that a little bit once we get there. But that's kind of your rundown of 41 to 50. So let's hit that ad, and then we'll be back. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit, and we'll continue. 51 is definitely where I started sweating. Yes, you start to feel the damage difference in 51, for sure. Like, it ramps up, it spikes up there, and then more so in 61. But yes, absolutely, 51 is kind of where you have to, like, buckle down just a little bit. Also where I used the potion at some point, where you want to use probably a little bit more potions over there. So, all right, BRB, guys. Thanks for watching. I'm down to 19. I don't know why I'm down to 19. To make sure I break that habit, because I'm not going to have very many potions coming up here. Per usual, I will start with the opening strength, or not. We're not going to open the strength. We're going to open the fortune, apparently, so I'm just going to do it right now. You can kind of do like a sight, get the lore in chat. We'll just hit it now and go on, move on with our lives. Would it be a good idea to strength steal immediate 81? Strength, yes. I would hold off on steel. Tanks, generally, no matter what tank it is, I usually only steal if you're running into like a gloom floor, or like harder enemies. But early 81, you should be okay. Granted, it kind of is a little bit of kind of depends on your skill level with the job, because I've heard of people having trouble with mimics in 81 plus, when it kind of just comes down to kind of rotating your cooldowns to get through. So, but I would not steal unless it's like a gloom floor. Like, here's another way to look at it, going out gently. So I just said it, right? You're distributing your Pomanders in terms of like, okay, really bad debuff, let's Magicite. Really bad debuff again, okay, Petrify. Really bad debuff again, Serenity. If you get a fourth really bad debuff, guess what? Steal. If you get a gloom floor, steel will get you through. And that's where I would use the steel. It's like, oh, okay, so it's a gloom floor, HP down, let's pop the steel here. Maybe spend the 8 minutes to get off this floor with that steel on, so I can save the Serenity, save the Magicite, save the Petrify. So now you're even further distributing your palms. Does that make sense? Essentially, like, it's almost like, again, what's really unique about Heaven on High is that you're not going in with almost a set game plan. Like, Heaven on High is the biggest one where you can walk in with a game plan and immediately that game plan is out the window. Because it depends on what the game decides to give you. So, in Heaven on High, you handle floors, floor by floor. Step into 83, what is this floor giving me? What are my resources? Let's do something. You know, you're not going by a playbook. Sometimes you just don't get debuffs, and then you're like looking for an excuse to Magicite, looking for an excuse to Petri, and you're like, well, all the floors are like not bad, so do we just keep going? So now you have to like adjust to that, right? But yeah, it's kind of how you go for it. You're just always adjusting to what the game gives you. And then sometimes, hey, maybe you're intending to do a Magicite, but then like, you know, maybe you get a sprint floor. What if it's Gloom and Sprint? Okay, well, Petrify is going to be far superior because you have perma sprint and you can move faster, so you should be able to get through a lot better. You know what I mean? So those are the kind of things where you're adjusting to on the fly. Making the most of the current situation. That's not good. So I don't want to use that Empyrean. But hopefully that made sense. Hopefully that made sense. I mean, there is a possibility even stepping into 82, I end up using a Pomender. It just depends on what the game gives me. Like, what I like to do is I like to get ahead on time. Because if you're playing from behind, then it does force your hand to use something in a less opportune situation. So one reason why you want to get a little aggressive... So let's say you get a really bad debuff floor in 82. That's why I would consider using a Magicite or Petri. Not to be like, okay, let me hold it until my time goes in. No. If you try to fight through a Gloom plus floor without anything... Like, you're losing time. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are losing time by trying to fight through this floor. And if you get to a situation later where, like, you're, like, you know, stepping into 87 and you have, like, 20 minutes left without an Odin, well, what's your solution? Now you're like, okay, I gotta go faster. Okay, let's Magicite this no debuff floor. Let's Petrify this no debuff floor. So now you're putting yourself in a weird spot that you're using your floor wipes in situations where you probably could have saved it or actually fought through it. You know, you'd rather fight a floor where there aren't any debuffs versus a floor with debuffs. And again, granted, the game could give you debuffs every single floor. That's a possibility. It sucks, but it happens. But that's kind of, you know, you're looking to give yourself the best chance of victory each floor. That's kind of where you're trying to position yourself. Hopefully that makes sense. I like these questions. You know why? It's making me remember what the hell I'm supposed to do. It's like, it's been a while. I haven't been in here for a bit. So I haven't really executed these game plans, but these are like the things that I remember that I had done before. So now it's like, it's all kind of coming back to me, you know? Oh, these auto heals are gonna hurt though, because I can't take the auto heal for too long because I don't have regen. Like, Warrior's great here, Paladin's great here, Gunbreaker is mediocre here. Considering I need to be a little more diligent on my potion stocks, I don't have that many right now. Definitely gonna be interesting getting into like the on-view floors. Are there any hints for avoiding traps in big rooms? So I'm not a good person to ask that. I know a lot of people would like find the edge of the room and like walk the edge. And I'm not great because I always try to do something for those rooms. Like, I usually always safety or I always sight. It's extremely rare for me to have to worry about a big room and like to navigate the big room without having to use something. Because I always try to save stuff for the big room. But I think people like to walk through the edges because you can kind of tell where the room kind of cuts off and it's like, you know, going from one tile to the other. And that kind of is a way to maybe assume that you're not going to get a quote-unquote wall trap from edge to edge. I believe that's kind of the strategy people had, but again, I wouldn't tell you firsthand because that's not what I do. I better actually check all the rooms because I would like to get bronze chests here. And that's one thing I really want to try to focus in on because I really would like to have potsherds. Speaking of, kind of hope I get one here. Getting one potsherd will really set up my run very nicely, so I'm probably gonna be a little more checking all the rooms now. I should have done that before, but not before this, but on this floor set. gonna keep my affluence at 2. Figures without safety or sight in mine is risky and usually a last resort scenario. Casters, healers can sleep bosses, sleep below healing, but with safety and bigger. Yep. I always love to tell the story. I mean, maybe you guys have heard me tell this story before, but it's what I heard from watching a Pokemon speedrun, and they explained the speedrun. Mr. Sig! Ooh, PP of the month. Mr. Sig! Thank you for the 71 months. I appreciate you, sir.
#FFXIV.
PP month? What? Thank you for that support. I appreciate it, dude. It was a Pokemon speedrun, and the way they explained how to conduct the speedrun and how they got through the run basically was like, okay, this run is very RNG. So, but our approach to this run and how we become successful, even though it's very RNG, we're not aiming to hope that we get good luck. We are looking to mitigate the bad luck. As in, we're doing things on the run where it just limits the amount of time something bad could possibly happen. Because either way, you're just dealing with RNG. And to me, that was the absolute perfect analogy for a big room in Heaven on High. You can very well go through a big room and not safety and not sight. No one is theoretically telling you to not do that because it's not like you can't progress. Like, you can do it. But what you're now hoping for is you're hoping for good luck. Like, oh, I really hope I don't hit a trap. I really hope something bad doesn't happen. Or you use a safety, you use a sight. What are you doing? You're sacrificing a resource to mitigate the bad luck. So now you don't have to deal with bad luck and you can kind of go through. And so it just becomes a gameplay decision. Like, do you want to deal with good luck? Or do you want to try to hope for good luck? Or do you want to have less bad luck, you know? And again, it's not to say that one is a theoretical better answer than the other. Maybe you don't have the resources. Maybe you're holding it for something else. I mean, you could justify either way. It's not. It's a guideline. It's not a rule. But I would definitely say on personal experience, I definitely have a lot more consistency when I'm using something on those big rooms than not. And I know from personal experience from the early days of when I was doing Heaven on High, I did get burned on bigger rooms, and that was kind of my gameplay. It's like, no, let's just make this a lot less RNG vibe, you know? What's up, Colleen? Happy Tuesday. Good to see you. Buddha to see you. I do want to kill these mimics. F1-100, which I probably will use again because I'm going to keep that at 2. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep. So here it is, a big room. Immediate safety. Not dealing with chops. But I also have a sight. Which is fine in this scenario because this sight doesn't remove fake traps. So my go-to is always the Serenity first because it removes the fake traps. And a raising again. I've had a raising every floor. Not complaining. Again, bear in mind, we are doing this run with limited regen potions. We started with 0 on floor 1, so we still are at 19, so we haven't picked another one up. And the next floor set is actually going to be partially concerning with having a low regen stock, so we're going to hope we can at least pick up at least one Potcher through here, which would be very good if that can happen, but it is what it is. Arai right now is right behind you and found 0 raisings, the duality. I was shocked to see 3 raisings and 3 Magicite. And for me, it's like usually I get one or the other, but we've also had 2 auspices, so I mean it's been a little heavy on the RNG in the good favor, which I feel like is going to bite me in the ass at some point, but that's okay. Yeah, welcome to Heaven on High, people. Fitching. Front-loaded, yeah. Can't wait for the quadruple no items. When I have limited... I mean, I guess that's okay, because I won't be using the potions anyway, but having the limited potions is going to be interesting. So kind of hoping to see a pot shard. Like, if I can get at least squeeze out one pot shard in this run, in this floor set, that's going to be amazing. I'm going to be very happy with that. A little early on that stun. Oh wells. I checked all these chests, right? Yeah. Luckily, Gunbreaker still benefits off of no abilities here. How do you... Oh, I don't have my other combo, though. How do you balance Serenity, Petri Magicite uses, assuming they're all three? Well, assuming also you're stepping into, like, You're stepping into, I should have concealed. Actually, I will conceal here. 81 plus. Usually the first to go is a Petri. I think if I see a treasure room, I'll get Giddy and do a Magicite instead. But usually I use the Petri first. And the assumption that the Petri will be more common to pick up as opposed otherwise. So I usually go in that order. But it is depending on the situation. A Serenity goes out. I would say a Serenity goes out first if I am carrying a Strength and Steel into the next floor. So let's say I pop a Strength in 81, which I usually do, right? Strength and Frailty into 81, usually my go-to plan. And then let's say I get off the floor in like 5 kills. So I still have, let's say, 4 minutes of Strength. If the next floor is like a Gloom floor, like a triple debuff, right? A really bad debuff, because I can fight through Gloom. I pop a Steel, I can fight through. But if it's like no items, Gloom, something like that, I might Serenity that to take advantage of the Strength. So that I don't lose the Strength. Because if I decide to Magicite or Petri there, my Strength is just going to melt away. I'm going to lose that 4 minutes of Strength because I'm running around picking up chests the whole time. So it's me maximizing the Strength value. And that would be where I first go. Now, that does now hinder me, because anytime I see a bad room, you're probably going to see a Magicite or a Petri get used up first, and not to do a double Serenity. Now, I will tell you this much, like, that's my logic. I remember Darabon having this, like, belief, and it's fine. Like his runs go this way, right? He is completely okay going to 1 Serenity walking into 91, where I get terrified if I'm at 2. So I kind of like to play a lot safer with the Serenities, personally. But it does come down to kind of your own comfort level of where you're going for. But I like to keep the Serenities a little higher. Like, to me, Serenities are higher value than a Magicite Petri. So I would go to 1 Petri Magicite before I go to 1 Serenity. But again, it depends also if I have that carryover. Another example is, if let's say I'm an 84, I just got a fresh Strength. And then I step into the next floor and it's like a disastrous floor, like no abilities, Gloom, something like that. I probably look to do a Serenity, because otherwise I just waste the Strength. Like, I could fight through it. If I'm going to fight through it, then that's okay, because I'm using the Strength for it. But if I'm going to decide to Magicite or Petri, I don't want to do that with the strength on because you're going to lose like 3 to 5 minutes because you're running around picking up chests. If that makes sense. So it's about stretching and maximizing the value of your Pomanders to get the most out of them in your current situation. And again, Heaven on High does not work in like a very structured fashion. Like you're going literally floor by floor and making on-the-call decisions. And you're going with what you feel is best at the current time. And then... I know some others do the same approach, as you said. Everyone does. That's actually how I've done it lately too. Interesting to see you do. Yeah, and I'll tell you, man. For me, it's more like a case of don't fix something that's not broken. And it isn't to say that that method is wrong. It isn't to say my method is better. It's more to say I haven't had a problem with it, so there's no reason for me to change it. You know what I mean? Now, I have adjusted strategies, like burning flights early in Palace of the Dead 181+. That's something that I learned more, I think, from Ross even. And I definitely was like, yeah, you know what? That does sound really good. Let me go for this one instead. But the management of Pomanders for me, it's more that that's always been working for me. I've been successful forever, so I'll just stay with it. But that's why I always like to pose it as a guideline, not a rule. It's a guideline. It's worked for me. But definitely feel free to feel what you feel like is going to be okay with it. If you feel like it's wrong or there's something better, then by all means, please go for it. I'm not saying my method is the best. All I'm saying is that I have a high clear rate because I do it, you know? That's all I can try to promise you. If you do just like this, you'll have a similar clear rate. That's all I can promise. That's it. Damn it. I'm really hoping for that posture. I do your approach of sending a strength ASAP. My thing is I like to send fortunes like crazy because they're so common. Yeah, and that's honestly, that's a problem for me. I should send fortunes more, but I feel like every time I change my mind into like, oh, I should use a fortune here, I always get burned. And like when I want a fortune, I don't have it, and then I fall back to my old habits. And I feel like there is also like the more theoretical explanation of things, Nick. Where it's hard to prove this, but there are times when you can feel like your run is like you're just getting a lot of strengths, or you're just getting a lot of steals, or you're just getting a lot of magicites, and you may actually play to that. Like, you know what, this floor set feels like it's a lot of magicites. Let me actually be using a magicite more than I would a Petri. And then, again, that's theoretical. I can't prove that that's actually a thing. It could just be you're just really lucky, but I do feel like certain floors may just weight the palms higher for whatever reason. So you want to be a little extra aggressive. So like whatever game plan you originally had, you kind of like throw it out the window for now and just be like, well, okay, this specific floor set is just giving me a lot of this one, so I will just use it more than normal. That's hard to recognize sometimes. And I wouldn't necessarily say that you should always do that if you can even see that it's happening, but it's something I sometimes pay attention to and I adjust to. It also gives me like a solid reason to actually just do something. Sometimes it does feel like my margin just gets stuck in the same number. Yeah, and so you play to it. Sometimes it's like, alright, so you're just gonna give me this, so I'll just use it a lot. And maybe it might give you a little success. That I a little bit more shaky on in terms of like saying that is definitely what you should do, but I kind of believe it. Steal for boss? Hell yeah, brother. Which is good, because I'll be able to... Oh, I got a posture, that's so good. Okay, that's a huge posture because that puts me at 39 potions. which if I can remember, I'll try to get it at the end of this run. I was hoping for 1, and I got 1, so I'm happy I got that, so that'll definitely help. Especially the next 4 might be a little bit more susceptible to me using it. Just because the debuffs can be a little bit more nastier, but we'll talk about that before I step in. Nice trap. I'm going to the spawn room. Did I say hug the walls so you avoid most traps? Yeah, I didn't hug the wall, so we didn't avoid that trap. It's really that simple. Alright. The 50 boss is coming up. Goodness, heaven on high music. So this boss is like EOPT coded to some extent. It's one of those bosses, but there is one portion here that I really recommend you play safe. Even if you're used to it in like even ultimates, do not greed this boss. This boss does have a gaze attack, and it is very notorious for killing lots of people, myself included. And yes, you are a tank. Yes, I have steel on. But if you get hysteria, if you get hit by the gaze, you get hypnotized or hysteria. I think it's hypnotized. And you're just in a really bad spot with a lot of orbs shooting off. You're probably gonna die even as a tank. So I would highly recommend take the gaze attack that happens here and just be very careful with it and just respect it, because you just don't want the run ending like this. First move is a swipe forward. Again, that's why I say it's kind of like EOPT. Like, in the way, we have no telegraphs. Next one is going to be a lion AoE, so just get behind it. Each time you just get behind each attack, you'll be okay. The next one is the one you want to watch out for, which is the gaze attack. You'll see I will just be very careful here and just turn and just make sure that we are good to go. That will give you a 30-second, I believe it's 30 or 20-second hysteria. And you are just hugging the boss for dear life because you have nothing else to do. And by the time the proximity goes up, those are the orbs. Those orbs might get you because they're going to keep going off, and I think they give you a weight, so it's not a good thing. I do believe the Gunbreaker should be able to eat this proximity with like a couple defenses on, especially if you're running any defense, if you're running frailty on. But we'll play it safe, more the kind of safety play here to showcase it for most people that, you know, if you want to just respect the mechanics. And it is rinse and repeat. Heaven on High bosses are a little notorious for being quote-unquote boring. Look, if you feel like, oh man, this boss is kind of, yeah, it is kind of simple. They're not overly complicated, like you will start to get an EO and PT. But you don't want to lose to a boss, that's for sure. I'd say Heaven on High probably has the weakest bosses of the 4 deep dungeons overall, in terms of what they do to you. But it is what it is. They did change it eventually, so... EO being the first one to have the adjustment there, respecting. Beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep boop beep. Turning. Turning. Respecting. Respect the mechanic, I swear. You don't want to get burned by this boss. Alright, complete. Bombs are solid. No complaints. Didn't pick up a strength again. I used the strength, I never saw one again. Okay, I'm gonna go outside to get that, to get the extra potions that we picked up from the one potsherd, so now we should have 39, which is good. I nailed it. I'll do it. Okay, first time I did this boss, I died greeting the gaze. I luckily had a caution raising. Yep. It's very common. I've died to it. Many people have died to it, so it's just one of those things. Like it, look, man, I'm not gonna say you are, you know, I'm not gonna say that you're not good at dodging those mechanics, which is a very basic mechanic in 14. It's just this one in particular. Just give it some respect. Trust me, give it some respect. Okay, I'm going to take my first break. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch. I'll hit the restroom, and then we'll come back and go into the 51 set. So we're getting further and further up. So thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit. And if you have any questions on this run, you're curious about something, curious about my strats, please ask them. This is the perfect time to ask them. I cannot promise you when the next time you'll see me do Heaven on High. So be sure to do it now while we're actually doing the content. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so we're stepping into 51 plus here. If you have food, probably a good idea to start using food. We have been using food here. As a reminder, with this run, we started this run at floor 1, and we started with no Empyrean potions or no potsherd. So it's almost like you just unlocked it, and you maybe got in here, maybe trying to level your arm and armor. You're not going here with 0 arm and armor though, but you are going in here with limited potsherds, because one of the biggest concerns for people is like, oh, do I have enough potions? Well, we're actually starting with 0. So right now we have 39. And I would say 51, things will start to ramp up in difficulty. You'll start to feel things actually hitting you pretty hard. You may want to start rotating your defenses. Also, 51 in Deep Dungeon, 151 in Palace of the Dead, and 51 for the other Deep Dungeons is a little notorious for being a little heavy on the debuffs. So one of the things that could hurt us a lot is actually an auto-heal disable, because we can't regen the HP, and you might see quite a lot of them in this floor set, so that might hurt our stock here, but we'll try to figure it out. But yes, be careful with the enemies. Some of these enemies can be a little tricky. They can hit a little bit harder, especially if you end up doing like 2 of them, even on a tank, especially on Gloom. The boss here is going to be very boring. It's one of our buddy Biff Tech's favorite boss because it's very boring. So let's get on in here and let's see how we do. That's not the file. I don't know why I have a summoner file. I can't even remember why I even have a summoner file, but we have a summoner file, so I'll do it. Bronze chests, please. Double bronze chest in the beginning is kind of cool. I didn't see a strength all last floor apparently, so we can't use one now. These are sound. I do want to check the full room to get as many chests I can in this case, so. Fortune again. Oh, I missed my combo. Oops. Exit was not here, so that's fine. Strength. Oh yeah, now I have the strength. I'm thinking about using it. Probably start it off on the next floor since I'm gonna walk a lot here. This is I like this song a lot. This is such a good song. Still not out of here. Alright. Oh, I have to go. I go to the other room. A slow dancer. Going well so far. Thank you for asking. No real complaints. Outside of the fact that I'm trying to do 1-100 after a very long day. But I've signed up for this, so I'm going to commit to it. It's the kind of person I am, man. Make a commitment, I don't let it down. Hope you're having a good day, Slow Dancer. It's good to see you. Okay, good. I was gonna use a strength, and the game's like, here, use the strength that we're gonna make you use. You got this, just another 1-100. Yeah, it's just I just had a very long day today. It literally, like, starting stream was like half my day, so yeah, I'm probably gonna be tired towards the end, but it's okay. Been a while since I did 100. Oh, though, funny enough, we just did, I think, a 1-100 PT. What, last week, right? So, but Heaven on High. It's been a minute since we've been in Heaven on High. Glad to hear your day is going well. Oh, I don't have stun. Oh. Duly noted. Actually, pull that. I have my burst available. Strengthen that chest, so we'll use it eventually. So, warning on this enemy actually has an enrage, but after like 2 minutes. So if you keep this thing alive too long, it actually is going to kamikaze and kill you. So definitely do not sleep on this one. If you pull it, just make sure that you kind of down it first as a priority, especially if you have multiple enemies on you. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. See, someone's asking me I don't have any FF8 songs. I forgot that I have Extreme here, so... Good old Extreme. Extreme from both Final Fantasy 14 and 8. The OG. Oh, come on. Okay, auto heal is gonna be tricky, like I said, because of the fact that we are going to have the no regen here. So I'd be a little bit careful what I'm gonna pick to pull. Actually, an exploding silver chest would actually be kind of bad. Another steel though is good. Now let's clear up this room. Thankfully, we do have a little self-sustain on Gunbreaker. So we might be able to get through. Not too much of a problem. Steel is going to help here, so that's good. Mimics here are gonna start to hit pretty hard, respectively, like, relatively speaking, so just note that. You're gonna be a little concerned about Mimics now. You won't feel it as much on a tank, but you're gonna feel it on a DPS for sure. More so 61 than here, but it starts to ramp up a little higher than you've seen up till now. Yeah, I'll go to the exit. We'll go to the exit closer to the exit. I got my combo though. And my burst was coming, to be fair. Still need to pull. Was there anything in this room? No, negative. Yeah, we're good. Made it through a no auto heal there. Probably gonna see more, but... Three minutes on strength, we're gonna hold on to that. Maximize the value of the strength. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna have to come back here. I did not see 3 flights until now. Now, I did say that, the, Heaven on High, if you hug the wall, you will pretty much avoid almost every trap. Bar 1, which is the one in possibly this room, and I believe Darabon taught us that if it's a bridge room, there's a possibility there's a trap right over there. So you want to be a little careful here going through this. I'm just going to demonstrate it for now. No trap, but sometimes there is a trap on that specific spot, so it's better to go the long way. And it's more if you see, I believe if you see the bridge like this, then there's a possibility it could be there. So just keep that in mind for your own runs. This might cut through the brutal shell. Did not. Petrification. Alright, let me get the strength. We'll use the Petri as a backup when I inevitably have to dump the conceal for that chest that's in the exit. Get a maximum strength here. Have you ever played Dissidia FF title? Played the original, played HoH, and I did play NT. Loved the first two, very disappointed with NT. But I did Dissidia, I thought was I liked Dissidia a lot. The concept of it and everything, I thought it was great. Alteration. I'll leave it alone. No, didn't play any of the mobile games, and I don't think I'm gonna engage with the new one. I don't I don't trust Square Enix mobile games in all honesty. They do not have a good reputation in terms of like surviving another auto heal to stable floor. I don't have steel on either. Noted. A little bit careful here. Might even pop a steel. In all honesty, I actually might pop a steal here. Because my potions right now are very valuable, that I don't want to mess up how much I have leading into the higher floors right now. So we're actually going to pop a steal to mitigate the damage. Be careful with this enemy. This enemy is a little notorious for killing people as well. They have a back-to-back attack. So you want to be able to move on the first two. So that first one comes in, second one comes in. I've died to this one. Very notorious for killing people. That's why I don't pay to win. Well, I play free to play all the time with gacha games. You know, even playing Honkai. Like right now, my current gacha games is Honkai, Withering Waves, and Arknights. With Honkai being definitely the very distant third. Arknight, I would say, being my top gacha game, with Wuwa very close to being second. And I have great teams there, but I'm free to play, 100%. But, I don't know, it's just something with Square Enix ones that, like, either they just shut down too early, or the power creep is just a little too intense. The last Square Enix gacha game I played was, I believe it was Brave Exvius. I tried Kingdom Hearts Union, and that really kind of, like, left a sour taste in my mouth. Like, I did not like that. Because like, I grinded so much, and then basically got so power crept so hard so fast, and it's like, okay, so all the work I put in meant nothing. And I like putting work into the game to kind of counteract some of the RNG, so it kind of sucks when like all of that work is just like zero, you know? That's why I hate it, because even Grave XP has had a thing where like you can grind out a dungeon where you can increase like the trust of your thing, so you can kind of get the special ability, but at the end of the day, like, those special abilities like really mean nothing. You have to just only rely on what you were pulling. So I kind of felt bad. Whereas like the ones I'm playing now, even your characters that are quote-unquote not premium characters, it can still be very useful. And a character that was from the release of Honkai was still useful to me, even in current patch, which is like, what, 3 or 4 years later. So that feels great, you know? But yeah, Square Enix just sometimes just... I don't know. I mean, I guess they're making money off of doing those mobile games. They must be, because that's why they keep pulling them out. But I feel like it's so weird that the game just doesn't even last nearly as long as the popular ones currently. Not even close, you know? I'm gonna check the rooms because I really am desperate for potsherds right now. I don't see one. I don't need the gold chest, I need the bronze chest. I'd have to fight my way through there, so I'm just gonna go. That's at least 2 debuffs. Okay. Well, this is whatever, because I'm not using healing anyway, so it's okay. Do you get anything useful from the bunches and higher floors? Just potsherds. But in this deep dungeon, in EO as well, the potsherds are a little bit more of a premium than in PT, and especially Palace of the Dead. So I would want to be able to make sure I have a good potsherd stack. So for this run in particular, I am starting I started with no potsherds and no regen potions, just to kind of add a little bit of spice to the run. Also to be a little bit more catered to a newer runner who may be sitting on a limited amount. Because I would say a lot of the vets who are probably going for scoring and speeds, they're probably sitting on like hundreds, if not thousands, depending on what kind of runs they're doing. So this is kind of like, no, you don't have to go and like farm so much. You can start with like bare minimum and try to go for the clear. And kind of like, you know, my idea is that you would kind of lower the barrier of entry in a way. So that, you know, it's such a thing, right? We talk about the regen potions, how important they are, so people might feel like they need to have a lot of them, but this is gonna be hopefully an example of you don't need a lot of them. You need them for sure, but you don't need a lot of them. Gold chests. Kinda hope that's not the exit, but I don't complain when I get super potions or Phoenix Downs and bronze chests either. You're not gonna see Phoenix Downs at a certain point here. Like, you'll still see them in PT in the higher floors, but you're not gonna see them here. I think after the story floors, I don't think you see Phoenix Downs anymore. Surprise, turret. Still not out of here. Current best DPS tank? Current best DPS tank? Like the tank that would do the most damage is what you're asking me? I know you're talking about like Heaven on High or like in general? Like what's your context of your question? In general, tank that does the best DPS. I don't know. If you're talking in rage environment, I couldn't tell you. I don't know what the numbers are. I feel like Warrior's not the highest. I'm gonna say probably Dark Knight, if anything. Hey, Waka Blitz, thank you. Yeah, okay, I know my info. Let's go. I'm glad I know my... Yeah, I remember Dark Knight being one that was talked about as a higher deeps in terms of just raw numbers. Like parsing and all that stuff. Vitching. Okay. Switching again. Okay. But yeah. I mean, I think you do have what do you call it? I think certain jobs do adjust based on like depending on what fight you're doing. Because you have downtime, you have this and that could affect your DPS. But that's way above my head. I couldn't tell you from there. But I know that that could factor in depending on the fight that you're taking. This one also is similar to the other enemies earlier, where they have like a double attack. You know, be very careful. If you're caught flat-footed, you're definitely dying because you need to be in motion. Or have a good stun. Oh, actually, you can't even stun it, so there you go. I missed. Feels bad. I think I'm gonna aggro this thing. That's why I killed that first. Kira! What's up, Kira? How you doing? How's it going? What's up, Kira? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. The god tier TFT player right there. Literally the best TFT player I know. How are you doing? How is your stream? Kira is also a Final Fantasy XIV vet, but has been doing quite a lot of variety. And really into teamfight tactics. Kira likes to play ARPGs. Very big fan of Diablo. Diablo 4. And I know Diablo has been busy with like patches and stuff, so they're doing stuff. But they're good people. Definitely check them out. I hope you're doing well. We finally hit Enrage, and nice! Congratulations! Good job. Season 12. I heard it's gonna be a big one. I heard there's a lot of changes happening with D4, so good to hear it. I don't know, man. For me, it's like they gotta really like change around the pet. If you tell me that they're changing around pet shops a lot, then maybe I might look into it. But I haven't been happy with Necromancer in that game for a while, so. You have hella debuffs IRL. Wait, what kind of debuffs are we talking about? That's the expansion? Gotcha. Bro, I'm having some heavy debuffs myself today. I had a really long day into a really long stream, so it's gonna be amazing. Have hosts for new expansion trees for Necro specifically? Well, I hope so. I hope it isn't like find the one ring that makes your pets unkillable and then you're good to go. Broken toe and horrible cold with a whole kit and wow. I'm sorry about the toe. What the hell? Okay, I can't complain. See, I had gone to a trampoline park, but that's more like self-inflicted pain, you know what I mean? And I didn't injure myself, so that's also a good thing. I think I didn't injure myself. I'll find out tomorrow. Stay tuned. Maybe I did injure myself. I don't know. I don't feel it now. I get so complete. God, versus a broken toe. I am happy I didn't like obliterate my knee, which is kind of a good thing to be happy about, you know. 35 years? Nice. Yeah, indoor trampoline park. Yep. Never been to one. I did one today. Good. Nice way to celebrate a birthday. That's what I'd say. I haven't been on a trampoline since like I was a kid. That's a very long time ago. I'm old as hell. Okay, I don't approve of the auto heal. Oh, I approve of the vortex match site though. That's good. I'm just gonna send it. Oh, thank you. I thank you. Actually, my birthday ends in 30 minutes, so I'm free from the birthday celebration soon. Soon to be forgotten. I'm very low-key about my birthday a lot of times, so... But it does work out, I'm in 14 today. Only my hardcore community members keeps track of it and marks it down on their calendars and then pokes at me when it happens. I'll go the entire stream without mentioning it. You'll be 36. Oh, nice. I am currently 4-0. So the moment the day turned over, dude, it was over. Everything ended. Like my entire life changed in like 1 hour. And I made it to I appreciate Asian. But watch out when you turn 40, Kira. It's over, dude. Everything is over. Those things. I don't know, I almost did a flip on the trampoline park, so we'll find out tomorrow. Stay tuned. I never got to do a flip before, so that was fun. Which was great, by the way, because the trampoline park's like, hey, don't flip. Meanwhile, I'm flipping, so it worked out. But then, you know, we were like, oh, well, it's don't double flip. Like, okay, we were at least single flipping, not double flipping. There's a difference. I've been 25 for 8 years. I'm never hitting 40. Fair. But no. We follow the rules. I did a few double flips in trampoline park with my niece. Next day, my back was thrown out when I tried to climb out of bed. The one I was trying to work on, no, it's not that. It's more like I just didn't know how to do it. So it's like I was going through the process of learning it, which is great. The one that I was failing with was when you jump backwards into your back and then try to jump back up. I could not do that for the life of me. I don't know why. I just could not do that. I could do the forward, but not the back. And that was wrecking my back and my neck. So I might feel it tomorrow. But I was just really upset with myself. I'm like, this is not that bad, but I just can't do it. Seria! Wait, did I give Kira a shout out? No, I did give her. Okay. Wait, did I? No, I did shout out Kira. Okay, we did shout out. Okay. So we can shout out Seria. What's up, Seria? How you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How was 14? Today we're doing a little bit of a special 14 stream. Our buddy, Mr. Omni Ross, has started what he calls the Deep Dungeon of the Month Club, where every month the community will focus in on a singular deep dungeon to try to do as a community. And this month it is Heaven on High Gunbreaker, and we're doing this as like a mini tutorial. So if anyone has questions, I'll try to explain a couple things, not like over explaining too much, but we'll definitely try to go through the run and try to help people out if they're looking for their own Gunbreaker clear. So that is what we're doing today. I'm playing on trampoline with my nieces and nephews and always end up on my ass. I landed my ass a couple times, but it was on purpose at least, you know. I'm just old. My body remembered how to do it from my younger days. My spine and back muscles were like... That's fair. Yeah, I think I'm just fortunate that I am still active in physical stuff, so... Like, I was actually, like, concerned about my knees. Because I have that... I don't know if you guys were here when I was playing Star Rupture, but I was talking about how I had this, like... I think it was, like, a sciatica nerve that was affecting me, which kind of got a little bit better. I was really concerned that it would be affecting my knee, but actually the knee was kind of okay, and my calf is a little bit kind of in like shambles a little bit. So I'm gonna see tomorrow how I feel. But luckily, like, my knees are good, but generally my whole body was fine, so... Need to be more active. Get a standing desk. Standing desks are fantastic. Although I haven't done a standing desk in a while because it irritates my shoulder. Dude, I'm such a mess, man. I'm like, I have a standing desk, I'll stand, but then my shoulder hurts. It's like, okay, well, screw me, I guess. But I'll do the standing occasionally. Oh, move. Okay. Okay, I have a strength coming in. I do want to check that last room for possible chests here. Oh, just there's no other problem, it'll go away. Uh-huh. Mr. Busted Knee? Got it. No, Busted Foot? Got it. But both, I think? I think it's literally both. The gold chest, I don't need that. You guys like dubstep? 14 was good, Cesaria. Got through the latest Hildy story. Unlocked Merchant's Tale. Did some roulette. Ooh, you actually did new content. I'm doing 8-year-old content. One of us is doing content that's a little bit more newer. That's okay. I hope you had a good time. And it's the Pimpy Sword Gang! Yo, Pimpy, the voice of a god right there. What's up, Pimpy? Thanks for the raid. You were doing 14! I hope 14 treated you well. You know, it's a good time to raid me, because we're gonna go into a very boring boss. Which I actually, I might steal? Question mark? We'll figure it out. How was stream, man? How's 14 for you? How's the new content? Hey, we got a lot of friends. Love it. We got a lot of good friends in here, so I appreciate the raids. Welcome in. Nice day to come on in, so thank you for that. Hope everything was good. I might steal. I'm thinking about doing a steal. I don't know. We'll see if I can maintain my HP here. I'm trying to do this without the potion at the moment, so... I was doing B-clears, haha. I haven't touched anything new yet, I believe in me. Yeah, no, we'll kill the boss. It's more like I kind of have a little bit of an imposed challenge here, where we are trying to do this without the regen potion per se, because I have limited amount of regen potion. So I'm trying to just like manage my resources a little bit. I also haven't been in Heaven on High for like a minute, so Loki's demanding attention. Goddamn Loki. Okay. So the concept here, by the way, if you've just come in here as Pimpy did, and guys, check out Pimpy. He's fantastic. He really has a wonderful voice to listen to. Really good gamer. Very good gamer. When you walked into, according to our title here, Deep Dungeon of the Month, our buddy Omni Ross, a fellow member of our Deep Dungeon community, started a Deep Dungeon of the Month club. Think of it like a book club. Every month, there will be a designated Deep Dungeon that will encourage the community to kind of work on for the month. So this month, it is Heaven on High Gunbreaker. Kind of the OG job that used to get Lone Hero a lot. And on my role, I'm going to be doing like a mini tutorial guide-ish. Not like severe guide, like, you know, if you have questions, I'll answer them. I'll be explaining some like pain points of the run. Just to kind of get people, if they want to look for a clear. We have other members of our community that are explaining like speed runs and scoring runs, so if you kind of want a little bit more of a challenge, it is there, but mine is just kind of like get you through the door. So this is definitely a good time if you've never cleared a Heaven on High or didn't clear it on Gunbreaker. Definitely a good time to come in and ask questions, as it'll be probably the one time I do it. I imagine even if I don't clear, I don't think I do this again. We'll see for the month. Because we got quite the schedule coming up, so get your questions in now, and or sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Pretty good. Pretty good is fine. Let's not oversell. I'm not overselling. I'm just speaking truth. What are you talking about? I only speak truths. I don't lie in here. Okay, I'm able to maintain the healing at least halfway through. I haven't used the potion either, so that's good. This boss is very boring, but it is what it is. Bivtech my buddy Bivtech in the community loves this boss because it's just the same boss. Same mechanic. Oh, I need to go get my butt to the gym. Yeah, let's go. Enjoy the gym. Get physical. Have a good one, Pimpy. Thanks, man. I'll take care of anyone who wants to hang around here. We are going all the way. So, at least that's the idea. I'm gonna go all the way to 100, so we got you for a couple hours at least. This is actually pretty good for Gunbreaker. I'm a little impressed with the healing here. I haven't really used my Ultra Potion as much. Do want to cycle my defenses a little bit more, but haven't really used the potion, the regular healing potion, to kind of help me out. And we're keeping my HP up, so that's awesome. Been a long time since I tried to do a low regen potion run here. So it's kind of cool to see it, to see kind of what Gunbreaker is capable of. HoH Tuesday? I don't even, like, I guess it's super classic, because after a certain point for a couple years, like, Tuesday was more setup, and then Thursday, Friday was, like, more the real run. What's up, Ross? There's Ross himself, the Deep Dungeon of the Month Club starter. He's the one that's starting this off. It's his fault that I'm in here, so hope you're having a good day, man. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the heal. I drank too much. Did heal the man back here. Drank too much. Thank you for drinking on my birthday. I appreciate it. At least one of us drank. I drank like 2 Cokes, a lemonade, and a tea, and like water. That's all I had. You have made it as a command, that's correct. I was thinking about doing exclamation point DD of the month. I'm like, it's just better to do Ross instead. Drinking me a Coke right now? Yeah, I'm not much of a drinker. Like, it's twofold. You think as someone who's Asian, I would get like the red cheeks, which is common with Asians to get like red, like heated cheeks when you drink alcohol. No, I sometimes I do. If I drink a certain threshold of alcohol, I actually get a almost like an allergic reaction in my jaw, which actually hurts and sucks. Which is just funny because to me it's almost like a limiter. It's like, okay, I can't drink anymore. Not that I get drunk or anything. It's just like I just really can't drink that much. I'm not interested in it to begin with, so okay. So I'll hit an ad here. But first, before we hit the ad, let's talk about the next floor coming up, which is 61 plus. 61 plus, I would say, is definitely the very big pain point of most people in Heaven on High. It is very common for people to come at me and be like, I died on 61. And to me, I'm like, oh, did you die to an Onryu? It's like, yeah, I died to an Onryu. You're 61 in, actually, I would say in all the deep dungeons, in any 4 of the deep dungeons, this is the one floor set that is just oddly scaled. It will actually start harder and then progressively get easier. Relatively speaking, like I wouldn't say it's easier than 51 to 60 at all, but you're definitely looking at it being the hardest in the beginning and then scaling downward. I think all the other deep dungeons feel like they appropriately scale upward in difficulty. Like they start at a certain level and kind of ramp up with enemies and everything. This is just the one deep dungeon where in this particular floor set, you're gonna come in and it's gonna come at you hot. So just be careful. I probably even recommend as a tank to think about doing a strength and a steel here and just get over through the Onryu floors, which is 61 to 65. Get through the Onryus and actually it will feel like it's getting easier. So definitely keep an eye on that. Into this floor, definitely don't fall victims to Onryus and play it pretty safe. 111 Putity, I feel also gets easier later, but that's because of patrols. Yeah, 111 is odd because 111 has very weird gimmicks in that thing. I mean, you have the toads that can catch you from the backside, so that really sucks. And it's just like, it's more gimmicky than necessarily hard, if that makes sense, right? Like, if the toads didn't have the stun, I think they'd be fine. If the slimes didn't explode, I think that'd be fine. But it's just like, you have these little pieces that you have to actually pay attention to. Unlike like every other floor where you don't have to pay that much attention to. I'm gonna study this because I definitely want to go back to Heaven on High and try to do Heaven on... Yeah, our community, Strawberry, if you're interested in checking out the information and possibly joining the Discord, this month is all Gunbreaker. So we're doing a Deep Dungeon of the Month challenge. The community is doing Heaven on High Gunbreaker for this month. So a lot of people are trying to do Gunbreaker, a lot of different approaches to it. So if you want to try Gunbreaker yourself, give it a look, give it a shot, and then kind of see all the information coming in. And a lot of the information that you have does carry over to other jobs too. But we as a community are focused in on Gunbreaker, so that's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm gonna do a little bit of a guide-ish. My old guides are still good too. That's why I never updated them. E-Man, have a good night. Thank you. I appreciate you. So I never upgraded my tutorial guides from like last expansion because they're still great. There's literally nothing I could really change out of them, especially because there was a warrior run. But this one is more. I'm kind of approaching this a little bit like, hey, you're coming from PT. Okay, so we're going to give you a little bit of the show you what's kind of up with the differences between PT and like this one kind of vibe. So nice doing the PT solo. Let's go, dude. So yeah, and there's definitely some stark differences. I think before we hit that ad, the last thing I'll say about the difference, let's say from PT to here, you're getting hit hard. PT is going to try to kill you with AoEs. Here you're going to die to auto attack. So mind your defenses here, especially with our limited potshers because we started with 0, so we only have 39 potions. So we're going to be a little bit cautious about using our potions here, so we'll see how that goes. You might see me a little bit more aggressive on steel just because I'm trying to mitigate damage, but that's what we're looking at here. So anyway, we'll hit the ad and then we'll step on in. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit. BRB, and then let's step into 61. 40 floors to go. 3 hours in, about halfway through the run. Let's refood here. Nom nom. I would recommend a raising here if it's your first time here. If you're not comfy here, I definitely would recommend the raising, personally. I also like opening with a flight here, which I probably will do, to try to get through these floors a little bit faster. Because again, your paradise is like after 65, so you kind of want to get to 65, etc. So we're gonna actually pop a flight here just to kind of get through a little bit faster, and then we can worry about the details after that. Gonna go a little defensive here. Nice dodge, like that for me. I recommend doing a stun kind of directly after that that Kono, because he'll come back with the tentacle DOT that he just missed twice on. Nice timing for that stun. I don't like pulling a Wakakuza because they just give you a 30-second poison. They don't really do much else, but it gets really annoying on your next pull. I would pull a Wakakuza if it's like you're close to the exit or there's literally nothing else there. But having that dot rolling could be a little nasty if you pull then an Onryu thereafter. So we're gonna pull, and they are sound so we can walk past them. I believe this is like literally the only force you're seeing the Wakakuza, so you gotta deal with them. Doing okay on defense, but I do have a steal on. Looking and hoping for pot shirts here. Gonna be very important to get some. Okay. I just thought now that you don't interrupt the stone skin. I assume it's, yeah, it's whatever. You could, but you probably break in on the first G City. And those are also like the easy, like the patrol that I fought, that's like one of the easiest ones to pull. So you can kind of just save all of your tools for just something that's going to be harder. I mean, I would rather stun these mana, the Manisos, because they just will give you a vuln down and everything. So yeah, it's a really interesting thing about kind of managing what enemies are going to be more of a threat than another one. Sometimes the stone skin, they'll stone skin something else too, so it's kind of whatever. Which they will, yeah, they'll stone skin something else. So yeah, like you'll probably break in on like 1 or 2 G cities, and it's kind of who cares at that point. The Onryu, Wakakuzas. I probably pull the Onryu because I have a burst available. Definitely like higher threat enemies, you kind of want to give a little bit more to it. So because my burst is available, I'll definitely look into pulling the Onryu. But also note, which I didn't say, which is a good thing, is that starting here is that gold chests can be mimics. And that might be important because you may want to check those gold chests before the exit opens, ideally, so you don't have to do extra kills. So there, I'm pulling that chest first, because if I open the exit on that pull, then I will be able to just get that kill from the mimic and contributing to the exit. So definitely a good idea to check chests first. Now, all we have is Wakakuza, so we'll just pull them now. Oh, I have another Manny, I think, so let me pull that first. Get that out of the way, and then we'll do the Wakakuza, because that's actually looking at the exit-ish. Oh, I didn't check this. I didn't check this. Let me check this first. It was blocked earlier. Oh yeah, no, I did check that. That's a concealed, right? I did check that. Okay. You can kind of manipulate the stun so you don't get a stacking debuff on the golem stacks, because they will do it and it will stack at a certain point. So if you stun them at like about 3 or 4, you can actually get away without having to get the stacking one. Now this is where you'll see the poison come in. Again, this is going to be a little bit more straightforward if you do have a lot of regen potions, because you can just chug them and you'll be in good shape. In this case, I don't have that many, so I'm being a little conservative. This is definitely to showcase, like, hey, I don't have that much potions. It's okay to do the run. Well, in this case, yeah, I mean, it's going to take you a little bit more effort, because you have to probably pop your defense a little bit more and everything, but it isn't impossible, you know? And I would definitely say, like, not a bad way to prog is just go up, see how you do, collect some potsherds, and then the next time you go in, you actually have more regens that way, instead of necessarily farming 21 to 30. But it is kind of nice to not have to worry about your potsherds and your regen potions in these runs. And you can just go in. So now I have an 8 stacking poison here at 30 seconds, so this is something that kind of sucks, and this is why I don't like pulling the Wakagusa. But they're the only ones here, so... So by the time I get to the next floor, it's definitely gonna be, it's gonna wear off by the time I get a kill. That's why it's okay for this one. Okay. A little bit of a high kill, but it's okay. I should have this strength and steel into the next floor and be able to get off that one at least. Probably have to pull this right away. Gonna mitigate now. And unlike PT, you probably didn't really care about your defenses over there, unless you were doing bigger pulls. In this case, you kind of want to be a lot more attentive to your defenses, because they will be very useful to you here. I did flight this, so we're gonna have a little bit of a faster time going through this floor. You'll see crabs, which are much easier to pull here. After POTD reclimbs and Heaven on High feels so fast that I've just been YOLOing my runs as far as I can without stopping to farm potions. Yeah, it's not a terrible recommendation at all. It's kind of up to what you think is viable and what you want to spend your time with, but I would say progging and collecting potions is not a terrible thing to do. You're getting 2 birds with 1 stone instead of staying stuck in 21 to 30, but... Look, I get it. I'm the one who wants to be over-prepared. Here's my potsherd. I want to rather be over-prepared than not over-prepared, so... You know, I would be the one farming the potions before I go in. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Like, I kind of recommend something that I wouldn't do, which is funny, but also I can see the practical point of it. I did pick up a potsherd already, so it's really, really good. Bad timing, but that's okay. Wasn't quite ready for that trap. I was like, oh, what's trap? I wasn't expecting a trap there. Yeah. Oh, another potsherd. Okay, so we're getting healthy on the potsherds now, so I can be a little bit more aggressive with my healing in terms of using the potions, which is great, because honestly, the potion is like a steal at this point, because I'd be able to get more heals because of it. I'm just being very conservative because I don't want to use too much of it. Make sure I have them on the later floors. But it does open a little bit more doors. I've essentially doubled my potions because of those 2 potsherds on this one floor. And again, if you're running with a lot of them, you'll feel a lot more comfy, because you'll just use them willy-nilly. Okay. Now my strength and steel are down, so now everything is going to hit a little bit harder, so I want to be a little bit more attentive to that. I will pop a strength again, because we're still on the a little bit more difficult floors. Unless I get a Magicite here, then That'd be nice, but unfortunate. Jellyfish are going to be one of the more deadlier ones. You really want to pay attention. I always like to joke that there are certain enemies I like to call the anti-chat artillery, because looking at chat while fighting this thing is a terrible idea, and this is one of those enemies, so I'm going to be paying attention to this one. Because their AoEs are very fast, and this line AoE can one-shot a tank very easily. And it's like, oh, a very simple line AoE, let me tell you. The speed of it is just, it can catch you. If you're not paying attention to it, you're dead. And I've been there. So I highly recommend just respecting it. You'll see me kind of doing like kind of very big circles around enemies. A lot of that is to kind of prevent that from happening. To prevent from like getting hit with said line AoE. So it's something to note as well for movement. That's why you see me moving a lot around the enemy. I'm not worried about positionals or anything, but it also gives me a nice lay of the land. I can see through the different hallways to see if something is coming at me. So that's something to also keep in mind. Like, you want to definitely have a lot of spatial awareness, so you don't get kind of caught with your pants down on enemies. And especially here, dealing with multiple enemies, if you're not used to it, it's gonna be really, really tricky. Sounds like my experience doing PT when you stop paying attention for 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, especially the higher floors, where they're a little bit more of the tricky AoEs that they don't fire the telegraph as fast. Like, that's not something you'll necessarily see here. It's either they do a telegraph or they don't do a telegraph. Granted, the ones that don't do telegraph could still catch you off guard, but yeah, there is a thing here. I do want to check it. Tuition, don't care. Safety, I'll use it. Actually pretty good, because this one room over here, this is a little notorious for having the trap, and Mr. Darabon, I believe, says that if there's a bridge on the adjacent room, which there is over there, that trap could be on A. So doing a safety, we possibly remove a dangerous trap there. It's the one trap where, quote-unquote, hugging the wall can penalize you. But mostly hugging the wall here in this set, you're probably going to be good avoiding pretty much every trap. It's just that one exception. Also note that one of the big keys and goals that you want to have in this floor set is to get out of this floor set with a lot of palms, because it is going to start to have a ripple effect on your run. The less and less palms you go in walking into the next preceding set, the less and less likely you may have success, or the more and more likely you need luck to help you out. So you definitely want to try to get through these floors with as little palm usage as possible, or as efficient as possible, and walk into the next one with cap palms. That would be the goal. So here I got the one ball. So you're going to try to see if I get to about 4 or 3, I'm going to stun, because it will prevent it from getting the second bone off. It will usually get the second bone off in a time to restack it. Like, it casts at about 3 or something. So this kind of prevents it from having the extra... There it is, you see the 2 bone? That could definitely start creeping up a little bit, so... I'm going to wait a tiny bit here. Let's go. This is safety. Yeah, I know where the exit is, but there is an Onra there, so... I'm checking all the rooms to see if I can get more bronze chests to help me out. Might give me a problem. Don't have a burst, but it is not going to give me a problem. A little bit too far away from the thing, which is good. It's okay if this is a mimic. It's not. 2 more floors before we get rid of Onryu. Blind ain't good for the health, let me tell you. Hutchard. Another strength. Get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. Stunning here. Mitigating. Okay, good. That is gonna totally aggro Alpha. So you can see the damage that you're taking per auto. Again, if you're coming from PT, this is gonna probably be very jarring. Because you're not dying from the AoEs, you're dying from them just hitting you. And you have crits to worry about too. So taking your damage mitigation is important. Cycling your defense is important. And of course, it's like, you know, I'm very much catered to being used to this, so I know when I'm gonna be in danger and not. But again, someone who is not used to that, this can be pretty rough, because you're just like, oh my god, it's just auto attacking me. When is it gonna stop? Like, it stops when it does a telegraph. You're like, oh yeah, you're not taking damage here, you know. Yeah, even as tank. And granted, I don't have steel on, but still, like, again, it's also it's a little bit more probably because I'm not running the regen potions right now, which under normal circumstances, if I had like a lot of regen that I don't care about, I'd be just chugging them. But we're working with a limited amount, so I'm keeping it like kind of low-key at the moment. This is like the big difference between PT and Heaven on High right now. It's just that damage difference. No, I'm gonna keep going. I have a strength behind me, but I'm gonna wait till my strength actually wears out. I want to pull something though while I do have the strength, and then make my way back for the strength to kind of to maximize the time I have with it. Shoot, that's a patrol. Careful here with the line AoE. Also bear in mind that Marble is coming in hot. Actually, I would have a free space here. This is line of sight here, but I need to be very careful with the line area here. I'm gonna stun right now because I can get behind it. There's another one, so the game is like, haha, you thought you were safe. Love that for me. Marble, I would say it's definitely an easier pull, but an annoying pull. It does a lot of AoEs, and it kind of pushes you out because it does some point blanks. So as a melee, as a tank, I don't like fighting this per se, just because there's some downtime. Range, this is like a really good one to fight as a ranged job. It gives you time to heal though, so that's not a bad thing. Gives you time for your cooldowns to come up, that's not a bad thing either. My strength is wearing off, so I'm going to go back and get the one behind me soon. If this does point blank, I'm just going to stun. Okay. Going back for the strength, going to pop it when I get there. Maybe I take out that Marble as it's coming around. One thing you don't have to worry about in PT is blind, but you have to worry about here, so keep that in mind too. You're just going to get random DPS losses because you just miss a combo. Feels bad. But welcome to Heaven on High. I'm gonna pull this. I do have stun here. Stunning. A little too early. Rip me. I missed the combo. Oh, I missed that too. Yikes. Yeah. The worst is Samurai. If you go Samurai... Oh, nice. Serenity. Samurai, you get all the way to Madari and then miss Madari. Ugh. That's definitely a sad trumpet there. This room in particular, if there's a chest here, you can actually check it behind the wall. But you still would probably aggro, but you can check it behind the wall. Now, the Mimic is gonna suck. This is gonna hurt. Like, you might see my first potion go out here, so we'll see. A lot of kiting that I'm gonna be doing to kind of mitigate the damage. So again, a lot of my movement is with purpose. Do a little bit of stagger kiting. Which actually, I had someone kind of asking about that before, about stagger kiting. You can see the Mimic hitting me and trucking me. If we get another Mimic, I might try to talk about stagger kiting a little bit more. to kind of give a solid demonstration. Better if I'm not, like, having my life on the line. I can actually just demonstrate it, but here it's like, if I kind of mess up, then I'm kind of screwed. Or if I'm running a potion, it'd be better. Alright, 41 minutes, looking good on time. Don't want to use any palms, so we're just going to keep going as it is. Base potsherd. Rip. That's the exit. Enemies are going to get progressively easier. I think this is the last floor you will see Onryus, but we're going to get even more and more manageable enemies. So as I mentioned at the top of this floor, it starts hard and then progressively gets easier. And look, I'm not kidding. I mean, enemies are going to do some interesting mechanics that maybe you want to be a little bit more concerned with. Some guys will double attack, so on and so forth, but they're just not as deadly as an Onryu. Not as deadly as a Wakakusa, not as deadly as the Manis. So it's just a really weird kind of setup they have for the deep dungeon, but I'm gonna step out for here. I'm not gonna stun. I was in a bad position. That's why I saved my stun for situations like that. Because I was trying to avoid this Urgonite, so then I kind of got caught in between. These Doguzura are kind of nasty to fight as a melee, and usually they're kind of fun to fight in for a range, and they are, but they do attack a lot faster than, let's say, their Palace of the Dead version. So I kind of wouldn't want to really fight these, because they're essentially just going to double attack me all day. I would rather fight, like, literally anything else. They are sound, so I can get through them. Pulling because my No Mercy is available. I don't want to let that sit long. We'll definitely talk more about that when we step into 71, but definitely a good recommendation. If you have No Mercies available, just pull anything. Get the time out of it. Let's work towards the exit. Okay, No Mercy in 14 seconds. I can kind of walk around here a little bit. Okay, let's work our way out of here. Right now, we're not in the route to, like, use any palms to help us out. One always big tip I always tell people for any run, if you're gonna look to do a time check, this is where it is on the 5th floor. I don't really go per floor in terms of a time check. I only look at the 5th floor. And stepping into the 6th floor, are we over or under 30 minutes? And if we're over 30 minutes, that tells me we're at a good pace. We don't really have to use anything aggressively. We just maintain this and see what happens. If I'm under 30 minutes, it's definitely an indication that you should probably more than likely do something, or you're going to be forced into doing something. You know, it's like, oh, I'm under 30? Okay, let's just, like, use a flight. Because it's a good time to, like, you know, a lot of people, like, don't, like, they sit on their flights a little bit too long. And when there's like 18 minutes left with like 3 floors left, I mean, using a flight in that situation is rough. because you're not giving yourself a lot of time, especially if you have a high kill flighted floor. But if you have 28 minutes left and you do a flight, it gives you a lot of leeway to get out of that floor, whether it's a fast floor or a slow floor, and then kind of adjust from there. You definitely want to use your flights a lot sooner than later in the time. So that's why that 30-minute check I feel like is important, especially more so in Heaven on High. So if you see yourself under 30, hey, maybe the first thing you do, maybe you're unsure, okay, burn a flight. At least you'll definitely get a speed up no matter how you slice it. You're going to go 2 times faster on the floor because you have half the enemies you need to kill. Alright, into 66, so we are about 5 minutes ahead of schedule. So that means we are going at a moderately good pace. Our palms are very, very good, minus the steel that I have not refreshed since I used it on 61, which is okay. And we continue. Aw, cheers, thank you. I love doing this. Like this is just to me, it's like normal, and I love it. So I'm really happy that that people like it, because to me it's just like, oh yeah, I'm just doing what I like to do. Easy, no force, no nothing. Just like I'm just yapping. Strength is great. We got 3 jellyfish here. I do have my No Mercy available, so we're going to pop one of these. Watch out for the line AoE coming in here, which should come out there. Check for patrol behind me. None, so we're good. Let's fight this thing. And watch your feet. Don't take your eyes off of this specific enemy. Save your stun if you get a little bit in a bad spot. I don't always stun the enemy. I kind of only use it very, very strategically if I can. Okay, the Rafalsia is a little bit more dangerous, but we'll see. I do like to handle them in a certain way, but I'll see if I want to pull them right now. The exit is here. Alright, let's pull one of these things. So these guys are interesting. They'll do a double attack, so it might be good for you to open up with a defense to do that. So I have this like a little bit of a mental timing. Usually it's about 3 GCD, so let's go. 1, 2... On the third one, I'm gonna stun, okay? It's gonna do a poison, so at about 2 seconds on the stun, I'm gonna run away from this thing. It's gonna pop the poison because I'm supposed to be close enough, and I don't get that AoE poison. It's a 30-second poison, which is not terrible on a tank, but if you pull right into another enemy, you are dealing now with a DOT that could kind of make it a little bit more difficult. So that's kind of like a fancy way of like handling that situation there. But it's like a little bit particular. I have like a mental timing with it, so you might not get it correctly like 1 or 2 times. It's okay. It's not a big deal to take that poison, but you're kind of doing it where you kind of manipulate its position. It thinks that it's close enough so it can pop that poison, but you're already far away. Conceal. I already checked that chest. Okay, no chests here. Check in the next room. Again, we're looking for potsherds, so I definitely want to check all the rooms as best as I can. Nothing here. Ult. Oh, I got the aggro. Okay, I'm gonna mitigate here because this guy's gonna hurt. Stunning from mitigation here. Okay, I'm gonna check that last room, then we should be good. I have a conceal and a... I don't know what's in the exit. I don't think I checked it. Oh, there's a second chest. No, I didn't check it. Okay, let's pull the Rafalsia here. There's that tank buster. I'm going about 3 GCDs. 2, 3. Pop and stun here. Oh, it's dead, so that's fine. Okay. Chest is by the exit, so we'll check this last room first. Might be 2 rooms. It is indeed 2 rooms. Silver, which I'll check. Plant ladies up ahead, but we'll see more of them later. I almost instinctively popped the potion there. Oh, Petri. Okay, well, we can get out nice and free. Except I didn't check that other chest there, so we'll see, but... First Petri in a minute. Now, if I pop a Mimic out of this chest, I have to fight it straight up because it doesn't apply the Petri on it. But that's okay. Alteration. I will use that alteration. Let's go. No items, no problem outside of the Mimics, though. The Mimics are going to kind of hurt. I do have a burst. I better stop that. Petri in the last room after key opens classic. Heaven on High is just so chill to watch you run it. I appreciate that. Well, it certainly isn't chill overall. That Mimic almost obliterated me, but, you know. I'll try my best. That's for sure. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, the Onrys are gone. Oh. Okay. I think it's that understanding that this is in fact hard content. You know, no ifs, ands, or buts. This is hard content, but we do kind of like streamline it a little bit. I want everyone to get the clear, right? So, okay, so let's pull this next Mimic. I should have all my cooldowns. So here we're gonna kind of go over a little bit on stagger kiting. Which is kind of a popular thing. What's stagger kiting? Stagger kiting is literally what it sounds like. You're kiting, but you're staggering your movement. And what you're trying to do here is you're trying to manipulate the melee range of the Mimic or of the enemy. Or like, think of their melee attack like a casting, a very quick cast. So you're trying to interrupt that cast by moving away just at the right time to then make sure that they don't actually get the cast off. So that in that situation right there, they didn't get a melee hit off. So that would be the theoretical way of doing the stagger kiting. The way I like to explain this, by the way, is that it doesn't always work, right? So I'm gonna try to see if I can do it here. Okay, it comes at me, I'm gonna run away, it hits me here. I'm gonna try to run away now. A little bit off, but actually didn't even get the ability off there. So there, it didn't hit me here, right? So that's the idea, that you're kind of getting your position away as it's about to do its auto attack. Like there's like this cadence that it does this auto attack time and you're trying to get away from it. Not doing a fantastic demonstration. Okay, there, that's a good one. So it helps mitigate that damage. And here's the way to think of it, right? You can try it out and you're like, oh man, I got it like 1 out of 8 times. Oh, I got it like 1 out of 3 times. What's 1 out of 3? 1 out of 3 is 33%. Guess what? You just mitigated 33% damage. Right? So you don't have to be perfect. You can do like literally once in an engagement. You're still mitigating quite a lot of damage out of it. If you're getting it at like every other, like 50%, you've mitigated 50% damage. And that's a lot of damage you've mitigated. So that's why that stagger kiting is nice. That's a lot of times why you see me moving a lot. Because I'm trying to manipulate that kind of auto-attacking and trying to get them to do less auto-attacks, since that's the one that you're worried about. It isn't something you worry about in PT and EO, because they're not auto-attacking you for like anything. But here in Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead, you are worried about that, because that auto-attack is your most deadliest thing that you're going to have to try to do. Ren, good morning, good to see you. Hope you're having a good start of your day. That's one of the things I've developed in Deep Dungeon about that kind of idea of the stagger kiting and why my movement, I move so much, is because there is a purpose to it, and it's like literally because it's mitigation. Kinda sucks I have that strength. I'm like tempted to like pop the Serenity, but it's fine. Our time is pretty good. They gave me that chest, which is nice. Unfortunately, I actually didn't clip any enemies here, so I'm... Oh, no. Oh, no. Hold on. I want to get back to full before I pull anything. That was expected. That's why I kind of waited a little bit there. Try to go for the explodey chest and get there, but it's okay. I don't have a lot of room to move here. You can see with a lot of my mitigation, like we're taking so, like a lot less damage, which is really nice, but... Exactly the amount I needed. Great that I popped that chest first. Potcher? Hell yeah, brother! That's pretty huge. I have 90 Potcher, 90 potions to work with now. Time's so good. 23 minutes into 68. Not overly worried about time yet. I do hope I can pick up maybe something to help me out, but we should be fine on Sorby. Okay, nice steal. Got the steal back finally. So we literally have 3 of everything, so we're back on full. Just give me those enemies. I don't need to pull them. I'm just going to be efficient with my pulls. There's the exit. I actually want to go... Well, there's a silver chest, though, so let's go there first. I was going to wait and go there later, but because of the silver chest, I do want to kind of mine that now, because there can be a chance that that is actually a match site, which would be very good. Alright, 3 GCDs ready. That's 2. That's 3, gonna stun here. 2 seconds, 1 second moving out. There's the poison. It's gonna do another damage, tank buster, mitigate it. Very predictable rotation, but that's how you can get through a lot of these enemies types that you kind of know what they're going to do and kind of adjust to it. You can see the damage I'm taking from that. That's gonna aggro. I'm gonna wait a little bit. One more tick, one more tick, one more tick. Okay. These enemies are not as deadly. The plant lady is going to be a little bit more deadly. And to be above 70 here, I'm gonna wait till 80 just to make sure. That is why. Miss Velvet! Aw, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. How dare you? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the... It's not my birthday anymore. I'm free. I'm free! I thank you so much. I hope you're doing well, ma'am. Thank you for the 10 gifted to the community. To lots of people. I wouldn't read the names, but a little focused in here, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. I turned very old today, so... No, it's fine. You got a lot of things going on. You don't have to apologize for it. I'm just joking, because you know me, I'm very low-key about my birthday, so now that it's no longer my birthday, I'm like, yay, I don't talk about it. And it's funny, because it's not because I hate my birthday, it's not because, something bad happened my birthday. Like, I had a fantastic day. Like, today was awesome. It's just, I don't know. I guess I'm just weird about it. Like, I don't, like, I'm really glad the Dave & Buster's didn't sing me happy birthday, you know? Like, I would have been so, like, unhappy with that. Yeah, and, well, it's odd. It's odd, Velvet, because here I am streaming to you guys on a camera, and I don't want attention, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's very contradictory, but that's just how it goes. I'm saying. Sites. No, no, because I'm not too much of a cake fan. But I did have funnel cake fries. They were really good. They had funnel cake fries, at least. They had those at Dave & Buster's. Very happy they had those at Dave & Buster's. Okay, these guys have a big AoE. There was one time I died to these because I thought I had stun, and I didn't have stun, and then I died. So make sure you have stun. Here's my birthday on the first funny... Hey, happy birthday, Starfighter! Oh, March birthdays. Pisces at that. Okay, I have the strength rolling, which is going to help a lot, but my time is getting a tiny bit spooky. No! Don't do it! I'm gonna allot like about 10 minutes with boss, but we'll see. It was my birthday, my half birthday 2 days ago. Well, happy half birthday. I'm glad you're now 22.5. It's great. I know you tell all your friends that. 22 and a half, you know. I'm dying? Okay, I need to actually heal. Okay, let's go. $27 for you? Nice. I am 40. I'm old. Once I turned 40, dude, everything happened. Like, everything broke. My entire body changed. It was awful. Everything went to hell. That's it. The minute it turned over, everything was gone. It was gone. Everything. I'm holding that steel for Serby for the boss, so we're not gonna pop that steel until we're out of here. Holding a little bit. Affluence. Oh yeah, great affluence. Oh, so that was that loud AF crack I heard exactly at midnight with... Yeah, that was exactly my back, that's right. So you know what I do, Velvet? You know what I do? I go to a trampoline park and do flips. That was my solution to my back breaking. Because what else would you do, you know? Now you're old enough to retire and stream full-time in the days you're not in the nursing home? When am I not in the nursing home? Are you assuming that I wasn't in the nursing home to begin with? I don't understand. Like, I've always been in the nursing home. Like, literally streaming from the nursing home. I also just realized that this is auto-heal disabled, so that kind of sucks, but... Here. Beep boop beep, beep boop, beep boop beep. Oh god, this is another tree. Okay, that's a problem. We created an issue. I might actually have to pop a potion here. We'll see. I'm definitely gonna mitigate, that's for sure. I'm trying to get my Astro Heaven on High clear. I've had 13 natural mimics, not a single ultra was used. I almost timed out, lol. Dude, Miss Velvet, when I did Scholar back in the day, maybe it was like Shadowbringers or something, no, like Stormblood. I walked into 61 to 70. I had so many mimics, I timed out on Survey. But that wasn't as good back then, but it was still kind of funny. Literally so many mimics, so many mimics. Also, Miss Velvet, it's Gunbreaker. I think you spelled the job wrong. It's Gunbreaker to this month. What the hell? Yeah, let me go get this. Let me go get this chest. You two-shot Scholar thing. Wow, it took me so long to clear Scholar. That's the kind of gamer you are, though. You're just really good at the game. No one can stop you. After I try. Okay. At least you got the memo. It's good. Turn. I don't have Gunbreaker unlocked? Hey, Gunbreaker ain't too bad to unlock. You can basically go straight into Heaven on High, which is one of the reasons why this job was picked. Alright, I'm out of here. However, I do want to get that chest. How's my time? 14. We're good on time. I don't want to fight. Can I get close enough to not fight this thing? Let me see. I could. Okay. Honestly, Astro 5 clearing, only palms at 3 are safety witching, fortune altar, rest set 2, including right? It's Heaven on High. Who knows what they want to do to you? You know how it goes, Miss Velvet. Just hit that slot machine, you might actually clear. So I have a steal. An affluence, which I can't use. I don't know what that is. I might aggro the Ochu. Another steal. I'm gonna use that here and pop a new one later. Hey, thank you for the gift of the sub to Kira. Let's go. Add free viewing. It is gonna be faster for me to kill this thing, but I will wait. No, I won't. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Check this last room and off we go. We should definitely have enough time even without steel. Strength, I mean. I think we'll have enough time without strength. I think it was the 80 boss that's like 12 minutes or something like that. God damn it. What up, Chloe? How you doing? One thing that's very particular about this boss in Gunbreaker is your Brutal Shell. It will do a stun move later on, and sometimes Brutal Shell will block it, and that has caught people off guard because they're used to a certain time when to move out of the puddle. So be very, very sure about your Brutal Shell and notice if you get stunned or not. This is very common. I remember this story one time about how... let's do this mechanic first and I'll tell that story. So Inner Space comes in, we want to be away from that puddle. Watch your Brutal Shell, because you may line it up that it'll actually be available here. I think in this case it will not, so I don't get the stun here. I might kind of force it out though. 1... Brutal Shell 2... Okay, I'm not going to get stunned here. So, I remember there's this really funny story. The community manager for Final Fantasy XIV from the EU division had been trying to do Heaven on High solo. I don't think they cleared. But they were trying to do Heaven on High solo a couple years ago. And they post a dead screenshot at 70. And it was Serbi, right? And they're Gunbreaker. And I'm like, so you didn't happen to die to Serbi doing the stun move, and you had Brutal Shell, and you thought you were stunned, but you actually weren't, but you ran out of puddle, did you? And they gave me just a smiley face. Like, yeah, I figured. Because it's such a common way to die on specifically Gunbreaker. So just be very careful about your Brutal Shell here. Either just play it safe and just don't move until, like, you know, the move goes off, or just pay attention to if you Brutal Shell or not. Here I'm probably gonna have to line up the Brutal Shell again, which is fine. I'll burst a little bit later. So we'll do here. We'll get the Brutal Shell fresh. And then we're not gonna get stunned. So just be careful, because your rotation might kind of lead you into it. Or, like, you know, maybe you're just not really paying attention much. But if you jump out and you get that bite out, and he eats you out of the puddle, you're definitely dead. So just bear that in mind. Look in, the website says 9:30 without anything, including getting stunned every time. Yeah. Yeah, I figured it was something like 10 minutes on this one. I can't sometimes remember if it was this one or blah blah blah. The 80 boss, but it was this one, so thank you for that confirmation, appreciate it. HP is looking good with the steel, so I don't have to worry about the healing. I will step outside to get more regen potions onto the next floor. Definitely gonna need some for sure. I may not line up the Brutal Shell. I think I will. I'll force it out here. Oh no, I won't. Possibility I don't actually do it here. So now we're actually stunned here. I was trying to get my burst off, you know. I think Goku says I assumed you're using tinctures though. I think I got here with 11, right? So we should be fine. Maybe. I don't know, just do some math and we'll figure it out. Let me know if I'm on pace. I should be going a very consistent 1 minute burst here. Outside of the stuns here. Holding a G-City here. Okay. I feel like we should be fine. What if we were probably going like 11 minutes, maybe either 9 or 11 per minute? Yeah, it looks like 11 per minute. It sounds about right. Yeah, 11 per minute. We're fine. We'll have the Brutal Shell here. Maybe you can do what I do and just verbally say if you have it or not. I overcap. You can like say it and that'll help you if you have the Brutal Shell. Super Pink Pillow, thank you for the 32 months of Prime Gaming. I appreciate that. Thank you for that support. Thank you a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Halfway done. So, like, looking at the palms, by the way, this is the loadout you want to have for your palms. Right here. 3 of everything. So, if you're kind of struggling to have this many palms, definitely don't, like, judge 71 plus, being like, oh man, 71 plus is hard. But if you're not walking in with almost near full palm, it's gonna be hard. You know, you're kind of making it harder. So just keep that in mind for your runs, that this is a floor set you definitely can get away or get out of here with a good set of palms. And that would be something you want to definitely work on as definitely a starter kit if you're having some issues getting through 71. Now, if you're walking in with 71 really good palms, okay, we'll stay tuned because we'll do 71. So my steel is dropping though, so that could be a little bit annoying with my healing. So we'll figure that out when it happens. It might break the shield here, but unsure. Because I took a melee hit. We'll wait. We'll find out. I think... Oh yeah, I did. Because I got hit on the Brutal Shell. Fine. Steel is now officially down. Gonna mitigate a little bit more. To see if I can get away without using any potions here. Wait a second. Okay. I wanted to get the Brutal Shell after that melee hit. Might still break it, but... Nope. Parrying. Which is kind of cool. How are the energy levels? Alright. We're getting to the spicy forest soon, so... Are you using all my time? You gotta keep my palms. What's up, Mirren? Alright, good. This is like going for that clear, going for that title. If you see this as your loadout, you should be very happy with your progression. Of course, now like 71 is going to be really, really tough to get through progression-wise, but when we do there, we'll get there. Oh, no, I gotta step outside. I gotta get potions. We gotta get potions because we got 3 potsherds. As a reminder, we started this with 0 regen potions. So it was like a little bit of a challenge, like kind of introduction if you don't have high potion count. We started this run with 0, and so now we have 99 going in, which is actually really good. So there we go. But yeah, ads are going out. I'll be back, guys. Thank you for watching. 71, the meaty run. This is where a lot of runs kind of die. And I mean that in a very literal sense. You'll get a lot of people that will come to us and be like, oh man, how do we get through 81? 81's so hard. But sometimes they don't tell the tale of what happened. Because if you walk into 81 with like really like not that great palm loadout, it's going to be harder than like for everyone, no matter who it is. Walking to 81 with limited palms is very difficult, let alone getting to 91. So your goal here is to get out of this floor set with a lot of palms. So you got to think of that in terms of that progression. Like getting to 81 is fantastic, but you want to get to 81 with palms. So if you do a couple runs and you're 81, you're like kind of like starving for pomanders and you don't have that many resources, that's what you want to look for. That's what you want to try to improve, is not actually 81, is this floor 71, okay? What's up, Henry? So we will have a game plan here. Usually what I like to do is I like to go a little aggressive on the strengths. We'll definitely do a landmine play at least one time on these floor sets to kind of give us a little bit of a speed up. Hopefully I don't botch it. If we botch it, actually might be better for you guys because then you could see me try to, catch time up. You will see me go aggressive on flights. I will probably even empty out my flights depending how the time goes. I would rather go to 0 flights than to start using Petries and Magicize, which is actually interesting. Why? Because I used to actually suggest use a Petri, use a Magicite, get those to 2 to kind of help you out with the floors. I've readjusted that strategy over time because my logic is this. Between 71 and 100, if you're going to use a flight between those 30 floors, in my opinion, flights are always going to be better 71 to 80. Why? The enemies are easier. They're much harder 91 plus. They're much harder 81 plus. So if you're exchanging a flight for a Petri, as in I use a flight instead of a Petri, I'd rather take that exchange than using a Petri and then holding on to the flight. So that's why the flights are going to be a little bit more aggressive in terms of my usage of it, and you may see me go to 0. So we'll see how this goes. And yeah, timeout in 91, completely thing. Like, you want to definitely look at it as, am I walking in, Henry, with a lot of palms? Because then, like I said, if you have limited palms, you're going to time out because, I mean, it's really hard to get through 81 without any palms at all. But if you have a decent loadout and you're still timing out, that's something we can try to look into fixing because that's hopefully what I will have on my load. So, okay. So, we ready? Let's see how we do. Been a while since I've been to these floor sets. Let's see how I perform. Re-food up, double food up. One day we'll clear. Yeah, one day you guys will get it. But that's why we're doing these, right? To help you guys out, so. Raising immediately. Last thing I'll say, by the way. Last time you'll see a raising show up on this floor set. So this is where you want to kind of get them in and make sure you stock them up. Because you're not going to see a raising 81 plus. Very important. I highly recommend using that raising as much as you can here. 5 rumor? Interesting. Let's just see if we can find a landmine. If not, then I'm not going to do a landmine play, obviously. Avi, because there's no landmine. Hee hee, hoo hoo. There's actually no landmine yet. There's an organized inventory. There's a landmine. There's another landmine. Okay. So, Gunbreaker is going to be pretty good for landmines. Because the current Super Bolide only brings you to half HP instead of to 1 HP. So it does feel pretty good. But ideally you would want to do a Super Bolide here. I'm also going to burn a Witching to make it happen as well. So you'll see I'll steal before the pull as well. This will be a pretty big one. We'll do, how many? Like 7? I probably will try to pull the deer in the other room as well. But not the ghost. The ghost can get a little complicated. So I'll try to avoid the ghost. You'll probably see me pop a potion too. Actually, don't remember what that chest was. Affluence? I don't know. I'll come back and get it. So for this pull, we are going to do a sustain here. Empyrean potion. I'm actually gonna avoid the ghost. Only because, like I said, it gets a little complicated with the ghost. I'd have to wait for it to get over here, all that fun stuff. This witching might have been unnecessary because there's a lot of easier things to pull here. Alright, so we're gonna super here. Everyone get together. Super. What? That was no fortune? I got 3 chests to drop? What the hell? Okay, it's fine. We got a flight. We'll use it. That's the most chests I've ever seen drop ever in my life without a fortune. There was, I think, an affluence. I don't know what that chest was. I forgot. I'm gonna go and check it. Bedtime. Oh, I see a wand. Have a good one, man. There's nothing. You're right. So don't use a fortune. Because you don't need it, clearly. Oh, Serenity. Okay, I remember what that is. Okay. So we got a nice speed up here with the flight. Pretty much I won't landmine anymore. It's not that I can't. You can landmine from 71 to 73. Starting at 74, they're going to be less rare. 71 to 73, it's actually very common to have a landmine. That's just how it's coded into the game. That's why we aim for landmines here. It's possible to not see a landmine, but more than likely you will see a landmine. But I will go normally from here on out, just because if you're uncomfortable with the landmines, which is very common, we'll try to go through the run normally now. I'll get one in just to demonstrate it, and then the rest will just go kind of normally. So this is a flighted plus an altered room. The other room behind me is 2 rooms down, so I'll just go this way because I'm kind of in the middle. Again, I kind of want to do a burst here soon because I have my burst available. But because it is flighted, it's going to be limited kills, so we'll see. That tiger actually might be a good candidate for pull at the moment. Don't run away from this thing because it has a gigantic tonal, which you can use the walls to avoid. And also has a gaze attack. Cannot stun this creature. Turn. Do not greed the gazes. Please. If you get hit with that, you are definitely dead. It will follow up with a pounce or a trounce or something like that and kill you after you're frozen. So do not be that. Okay, this is not the exit, so we actually picked the right direction here. So I can go towards the exit now. Strength again. Actually, so what I'll do here is I'll pull this ghost. I'm gonna kill this ghost, then pop the strength so I have some time on it. First move it's gonna do is Scream, which I'll interrupt. Actually, I'll stun it first. Stun. Oh, I know it should have been... No, because the next one I can interrupt. It'll cast a Cursed, which I can interrupt there. Okay. Okay, now we can pop the strength here. Bit of. One room is altered, so do you want to make a note of that one? Might be Corgan, so I can get me out faster. It is not, it is Mimics. Okay, noted. Which looks... Oh, god damn it. Okay, well, come here. No, don't do it, don't do it! God damn it. Now that's the pull I don't want. I do have Steel on. We do have a little bit of tech here with the Wolf. If you can get the timing of their bite, you can actually LOS the bite here. It's a little tricky to do it. Like that. That is a perfect execution of that one. So that's really useful because the bite is actually the one that hurts you a lot. It's not really their regular auto attacks. So you can actually get behind a wall, and when it does it, there's a big demonstration here. It tries to go for it, but it can't hit you, and it doesn't track you. So you can avoid that damage and that dot because you LOS the bite. I am overcooked in 14 if I can hear voice lines. That's true. Ping dependent. To some extent, ping would affect LOSing in general. Like, we'll do LOSing stuff, like later on especially. Usually how I handle it is you kind of just go earlier. Because I've played this on high ping before, so I kind of had that experience. So you would have to adjust to it. But as long as your connection is consistent, it's okay. It's when it gets weird, like it's inconsistent, that gets funky, because then it's like the timing just adjusts. But usually, like, even with higher ping, you'll have at least some consistency with higher ping. Tiger is coming in. Tiger first. Watching my feet because the ghost will have an ability and it'll shoot at me. Consistency is more important than ping spikes. Yeah. It's interesting because, like, I really am grateful I was able to try out high ping runs. And there are a lot of things that I can understand people having issues with that, like, you know, if you have a lower ping, it's better than if you have a higher ping. But there's a lot of things where I just kind of, like, add time to it. And I could definitely still have consistency, but Miss Velvet in chat, it's always funny because one of the texts we do for one of the enemies, which is the white mages, which catch stone, she's actually really bad at it, and it's really funny because it's kind of like a skill issue, but sometimes you're just not good at it, and it happens. Like, it doesn't, if it's a strategy that you can't execute, it's not to say that now it's like it's GG, like, you know, like that's it. You can't win the run. It's just you just do something else, you know. So it happens, you know, and it's just like it's nice to have alternatives. So it's nice to know what the backup run is. So poor Velvet. I'd rather fight monks, warriors, and Gozus than wipe. Yeah, you really would. Yeah, it's totally true. Hi. Oh, it didn't aggro? Okay, now it did. Watch the conal. I have a gap closer. I like to, especially here on stream, I do like to verbalize what I have available. Sometimes it does help me. I remember there was one person, this was an EO. They come at us and asked us a question. It's like, hey, so I'm trying to do EO, and I'm having a really hard time because the AoEs keep killing me. It's like, okay, you know, first thought there is like, okay, well, you know, you can study what the enemies do more and kind of get used to that. But then the next thing was like, oh, and I have, you know, I suffer from severe ADHD, so I kind of lose focus a lot. So I'm like, oh, interesting. So the solution that I kind of gave them, or suggestion I kind of gave them was, okay, well, what if you try verbalizing your moves? And this is what I do with the commentary, right? Oh, it's almost like you're call shotting. You're shot calling for yourself. And kind of say, okay, I have this available. Okay, I'm going to do this now. Okay, this is about to do this. And it actually helped the person because it made them, because they had to verbalize all the moves and what they're doing, it actually forced them to focus in on what they're doing. And it kind of helped them through with that. So to me, it kind of helps if I kind of say like, okay, I have this up, I have that up. Because it just keeps me kind of more focused like that. So it's something that might help someone, may not help someone else, but it might be something that might help you if you're having a little bit of that issue. I remember the 3 white mages on the pillar. It's funny because I have 0 issues with tofus. Yeah, it is interesting. It's actually really smart, like a physical reminder of what's happening, what's coming. Yeah. For some people, it's unnecessary. For me, I remember doing the 90 boss one time, and I stayed silent, and I kept messing up the boss. I had to verbalize the boss. It just helped me better. The only thing with tofus is no matter how much you scout out the floor, 3 seconds after you pull the tofu, a lion will walk around the nearest corner and head to your direction. It's cats, man. Cats do what they want, you know? Just like this one. I bet you this one finds a way to aggro me. Let's walk straight. Okay. That's a treasure room. Oh, I went the long way there. Alright, come here. We're gonna conceal out of here. Using my defenses a little bit more because the steel is down. Being a little conservative with my potion stock here because I have 97, but I don't want to use them all here. What's up, Prince? How you doing? Okay, that is a conceal. Now here it's going to be interesting because I may not want to check gold chests because if I get a mimic, it kicks me out. And that would be a bit of a problem. So I may skip some of the gold chests here unless I get a clearance, which it doesn't look like I can. I do want the bronze chest, so... Talking a bit before I sleep. I'll keep you entertained, man. Frailty? Okay. Oh, there you are. I was wondering where the hell you guys were. Amazing. Oh, and another one's coming. Even better. It's like the perfect song for this to happen. I have to get that frailty that I just used to. Popped a couple potions to make this happen, but it's okay. I was doing Dark Run for Palace. Would you recommend a landmine? Flight landmine? Landmines are good with Soul Eater. Oh, sorry, with Living Dead. It's very good. I gotta get the frailty. No itching there, and actually no steal either. I did pop a couple potions and just like rotated my defenses, so that's pretty good. Yikes. No, damn it. That's so close. At least the next floor is flighted, so we will... This is like a waste of time, which is unfortunate, but I didn't use resources, so we kind of mitigated the resources here, which is great. Don't sleep on those defenses, man. Corrigan's baited me into a bad play, but it's fine. Oh, we're good. No auto heal, which kind of sucks because I'm gonna probably have to pop more potions. Oh, but this is This is, in fact, flighted. Pop a potion. Auto heal is gonna really suck here. I'm really trying to get my HP up like as much as I can, but auto heal is gonna suck. Oh, whoops! I didn't hug the wall. My bad. My bad, yo. Hey, the Raisin came back. Hey, oh. Oh, Petri. Okay, we're gonna get to the opposite end than Petri. I don't have the sprint though. It's the only downside. Saki, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Check all the chests before the Petri, a very good habit to form, because you want to fish out mimics before you do your one-shot. So take the time to look at all these chests, take the time to check them all, and then pop that Petri. Especially Magicite, you want to take the time to look at everything. Same idea. Especially if you have a treasure room, really good idea. Steel. It's gonna shoot at me, it's fine. Another flight, don't need it. Petrina. Little unfortunate there. I think it's an aggro range, so I'm gonna hold. I don't want to pull this. Flight on the next floor, which is good, so we'll kind of contemplate what we have. Do have capped out strength and steel, so I might consider popping a strength here. We're at 40 minutes at 74, so we're kind of pretty good on time. But I'm gonna definitely predict that we're gonna be a little bit falling behind if we don't continue to pick up things. Alright, pin sounds good. I hope I hear it. Join the Deep Dungeon Month Club. Deep Dungeon of the Month Club. Blind on a flighted floor. And Gloom. Okay, Gloom is kind of bad though, to be honest. I have a strength anyway. Okay, so I guess we're gonna use the strength. Not bad. Had a really long day. And looking to finish this long day with a really good run, so we'll see how it goes. But, yeah, I'm great. Thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well. Happy anniversary to you guys once more. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. God, I love this. I love this dungeon theme. It's so good. Gotta check the bronzes. I need the postures, man. Okay, we're gonna definitely pull this one. Wait, there's a chest here, which I never checked. Conceal came back, very good. No potsherd, unfortunately. By the way, bad debuff floor, right? Because it's flighted, we're fighting through it. Each floor in Heaven on High can definitely give a little bit of a different answer. So because this is flighted, I'm going in. Because my time was good, I'm not using anything. You kind of feel a little more pressure when time gets a little more dicier. So it kind of just is a very much on-the-call basis for Heaven on High. But just to kind of explain why I kind of went through this floor normally. I missed. Nice, well done for me. Make sure you get behind these guys. You really want to, otherwise you're probably gonna die, not to the side. So, very particular way to dodge them. Rotating my defenses as much as I can, so you can definitely see the mitigation that we're getting out of this, which is great. Gunbreaker is definitely holding its own. I mean, I have steel on, but still. Ooh, we're gonna have to fight a tofu, I think. Particular way to fight this so you can avoid the blizzard. I kind of had to LOS it like that. I'm actually gonna rearrange it here. Come here, come here, come here. Okay, good. So we want to get it in a position of the wall so that I can not take that cast. And here's our line of sighting of casting enemies. This is definitely a much better enemy to do if it's not a melee one like this one. Or rather, you're not a melee. Range can definitely handle this very well. This is almost like how the white mage's later will look. It's still meleeing me, but at least I'm able to block the cast so I don't get a double attack in. Every time it casts, I move to the side to avoid the damage. Really good here, especially because of the blind and the gloom, making this a little bit longer of a fight. And what I did earlier with getting us into a better position, once it starts doing Golden Tongue, you actually want to interrupt it as opposed to stunning it, because if you stun it, it just stays in its place. If you interrupt it, you can actually fiddle with its positioning because it can't cast, but it's going to like try to hug you. So that's why I did that in particular, so I can get it like a little bit away from the wall, and then boom, I was able to get the line of sighting. So that's one like trick that like the tanks can do specifically. Okay, now this is a floor. So this I might be doing in Serenity because I just don't have damage. Now I might want to check what the chests are. A lot of times, I say this for Palace of the Dead, is that I wouldn't necessarily recommend popping the Serenity instantaneously because you have bad floor. The game might give you something. What if you pop a Magicite, you know? What if you see a Magicite on the floor? It's like, oh, okay, well, we're just going to go with that. So I'm trying to check what I can, and when it seems like it can't go anymore, then we make our decision. So there's definitely value to being a little patient here. Double raising. Okay, now I think I did the most I could. So we're going to pop the thing now. Definitely a worth usage of the Surrender here. We are into the 76. We are 33 minutes. That means we are 4 minutes ahead of pacing on a halfway mark. I always like to use the halfway mark as my indicator. Do I need to go faster? Do I need to go slower? We are at a moderate pace, so I don't need to go either. I just need to keep my pacing right now. Definitely don't need to go slower, but I definitely don't want to go... I don't need to go faster at the moment. Wait, there's something here. Spatial awareness, very good. Secondary lion coming in. Okay. A little low there. I'm gonna have to wait for my HP to come back for that hippogriff pull. I'd like to pull that one, but that was a raising, I believe. I never checked this chest. I think there's a patrol coming. There is a patrol. The easier patrol. But I do want to pull this hippogriff now. Trick here is as you pull it, line of sight it so it doesn't dive bomb in its original location. So now I can fight this up front. I don't have to wait for it. Really good strat if you're a tank. I might potion here. Really high damage in the hippogriff here. Okay, good. I still don't know what this chest is. I've been trying to fight for this chest. I'm probably gonna get the aggro here. Safety is good. Wait for the AoE. I don't recommend that. I don't recommend that. Don't open the chest mid-combat. I'm a bad example. Because if that's a mimic, you really made a complicated situation. Another one. What? How many rooms are there? I haven't seen this patrol in like 5 ever, and now it's showing up. Classic, show what not to do tutorial. Yeah, exactly. See? Like, we always gotta show the examples, man. What's up, Religion? Thank you for also telling me that my prompter is broken. Appreciate that. Your chat broke my thing, so be proud. You're coming with me, it looks like. That's what I'm here for. Hell yeah, brother. Haven't seen any postures, though. It's a little concerning. Stepping into the much harder floor of 81+. I've been trying too, so... Time is still okay. Considering that strength, but we're gonna keep going for now. Fortune, a little late, but that's fine. I believe this was flighted, so this is like a high kill flight. think. Mammoth moved? Oh, hell yeah, brother. 2 more rooms to check. 2 patrols coming back in. 1 was already here. Tofu is in aggro range. Silver chests. Not ideal. With a possible patrol sneaking behind me. May consider this strength because of these kind of time losses that I'm experiencing right now. I want about 12-13 minutes on the boss, so I'm going to do it without anything. There's a lion patrol that I was... and the other patrol that I was kind of worried about. They both came. Say hello. Okay, kind of still okay on time. Last 3 floors, we'll see what they give me before I decide to, like, kind of make a move here. I am down that Serenity, so I have to keep that in mind, because if I get another bad debuff floor, I have to make some decisions. We're just gonna go in as is and figure it out later. It took a little longer than I like. Ability, ooh, that's not good. So I have no mitigation and limited damage here. And another raising and a treasure room. Okay. So here I'm actually thinking of doing a Petri and then keeping my other things in control. That might be what I go for here because of that treasure room specifically. Alteration. Wait for the AoE. I'm gonna combine it with a sight to see if I get a luring trap. I'm gonna take a look at the exit if I can see the trap there. It's an otter, okay. I'm gonna contend with mimics if they spawn, which does kind of force my hand though, but we'll do it. So here the decision was to save the Serenity. Also the fact that because of the treasure room, it kind of was like, oh, okay, let's just take advantage of the possible chest gain here. So that's why I made this choice to do the to do the Petri here. So theoretically, we're gonna spend a lot of time here, possibly having to deal with mimics, but that's okay. But if I get a mimic, it gets a little tricky because I have no mitigation. Here we are. How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I'm coming back to 14 after 6 long years. That's long. That's like 3 expansions. I hope you have a good time. I've been playing this game 5 ever, so... But I don't do a lot of, like, the normal stuff people do, so... I'm just kind of a deep dungeon junkie, if you will. But I do know hit bits and pieces. Our community will know a lot. So if you have any questions or something, you just want to hang around, watch the watch the run, that's also fine. Funny enough, I think the last time you were here, you probably know Heaven on High, because Heaven on High was probably around by the time that you were playing, so... 6 years ago, I think Heaven on High is 8 years old, so... A little bit more stagger kiting here. Gonna mitigate some damage. I kind of would like to not use that potion, but more than likely I'm going to have to use the potion. Ow. Cheating Mimic. I'm popping the potion. It's nice to come back and to the game and see the people still playing it. Hell yeah, dude. If anything, you'll see a lot more newer players hop into the game, I would say, more than kind of the vets. I mean, the vets are going to play it, especially because there was a new patch, like, literally, like, yesterday or today. But definitely a lot of new players are having a good time because there's so much content to play. I mean, you will have a lot of content to get through yourself, too, which is kind of really great. That's great. It's even greater because of the purity. Okay, so I have a conceal to get out of here. And there's a freaking lion here. Love that for me. All of a sudden, Cat shows up. The one I left alone before. That's a heal. So there's a conceal here, and I believe this is the steal. Okay. I've been playing over a year and still got 2 whole expansions to go for. The story has been a bit of miss for some folks, but the fight designs content has been absolute peak. I think that's, yeah. Actually, I would agree with that, Strawberry. That's kind of what I've been hearing too. I personally actually like the 7.0 story. I actually didn't like the way it ended, which I thought more people liked how it ended than how it began, and I actually didn't like how it ended. But I did like how it started, but you'll probably see more people than not as happy with the story. But yeah, I think the actual content itself, people are definitely not complaining about. There's a lot of other complaints, for sure, but I think the actual content is, like, fine. I like the... I kind of like the twists and turns. I always like twists and turns in any story, so it kind of kept me on my feet. That's one reason I kind of liked it a lot, personally. Mother effer. You know what sucks, too, is that I actually already did the purity, but... Oh well. Can I get out of this without doing the... Without doing a potion here? Probably not. Okay, now this is going to give me a bit of an issue with time now. You were surprised I checked the chest. I wanted to, because I kind of allotted for the extra time here because of the fast kill with the petrification. And I have a strength and steel rolling, so I'm like, yeah, let's just take the risk here. I think it was worth the risk, especially if I had gotten something, if I got the petrify back. It didn't quite work out that way, but I'd be the smartest person in Twitch right now if I did get the petri, but that's what it is sometimes. Now the problem is I do still have to deal with the hippogriff that's over there, because that is going to block me from the exit, so I may have to conceal anyway. But time is a little dicey, because I would have to have a little bit of help to get me through the next 2 floors. I do have an alteration. I'm actually going to combine it with an affluence to kind of see if I can pick the petri back up. I may have to conceal, which I do have to. Thanks, Gims. You always know when to come in with proper help. You got 7 mimics on 8074. Ooh, me too. Actually, I think I got a very similar situation there. That is another treasure room. That creates a lot of problems. It's also a room where everyone's facing in one direction, so there's also that. And I have to actually get through that room. Alright. This is going to be interesting, so let me see if I can get over there first. This is thinning out my resources, which kind of sucks, though. Frailty. Raising. Steel. Okay. I need to get out now. Now, my issue here is I think I trapped myself. So let's just get through here. I may have to either conceal out of here again. It's actually just in range. I'm just gonna have to mitigate through this. Something is coming through this. Which was actually this thing that was coming through. At least they have my... Yeah, at least they gave me abilities, yep. Fufu is my perma avoid list. Haha, I'm too bad at listening them. What's up, Essie? I have negotiated with them. It is not easy to manage them, though. At all. Especially the melee version of them. Be doing well, Essie. Steal. Yeah, pop that too. Can I get through this room? That's the question. They are actually moving now. There's a hippogriff here. Oh, I actually pulled it. Let's go. Stay in your spot. Do not proceed any further. Oh! Uh-oh, I made a mistake. I hope I kill it in time, because I will have to line of sight here. Kinda got a little stun happy there. All by mix. Gotta get a little closer, sir. Nailed it. Hopefully it's no more patrol, because I'm not looking. Is your game much heavier than before? What's my CPU, GPU? I have a 1300 CPU and a 4080, I think, Super. Is that what I have? I don't remember anymore. I do have a pretty good PC, so I'm definitely in a really good state. I play at no, that's not it. I had a usually at 160-ish FPS. It has gotten graphically better. So you're talking 6 years, right? They did go through a graphical update, I think, in Dawntrail. Was it Dawntrail with this expansion? So it is a lot more beefier in terms of graphics than what it was 6 years ago. I even think 6 years ago you probably had like I don't know if you saw PS3 or PS4. But like, they definitely don't have that anymore, so they removed an older hardware so that they can push up a little bit more with graphics. DT was the graphics update, yeah. Goddamn mimics. Stormblood? That's 6 years ago. That tofu might aggro, and I'm just gonna go. Okay. Time. Time is actually bad. I'm gonna flate. We're not great on time. I have to actually probably strength the boss too, based on our current time here. Oh, okay. That is not the exit. That is the exit, which is guarded by a hippogriff. I got the flight back right away, which is nice. Shadowbringers 6 years ago? We are old. Well, I mean, I'm literally older, so I mean, I literally leveled up today. Or yesterday. So that I can confirm. There's a chest in the middle there. I am in time frame of maybe doing the boss, but I think even right now I'd have to strength the boss to kill it, so I have to be careful here. I'd be like, oh, I appreciate it, thank you. I was old, now I'm even older, so I'm like really old. It is Doggo. Don't worry, no, everyone forgets it too, because it's a forgettable boss. Yeah, it's Dog. It's Doge. It's the Doge. Nothing over here. I'm gonna get double attacked again. Oh! I'm feeling the back of my neck and my neck from today's activities. Great. I can't wait to go to sleep and wake up and basically not get out of bed. But I have to get out of bed because I have things to do tomorrow, so that's even better. Oh my god, how many raising have I seen on this run? It's not like 5, 6 raising here. Tomorrow you'll be bedridden? No, I actually have like, IRL work tomorrow. I gotta do some errands. It's a busy day tomorrow. Unless I can't get up, and that's different. Then obviously I can't do anything about it, but... The only skill that I was unable to do at the trampoline park, which I was so pissed off at myself for it, was like if you've ever been on a trampoline, I think definition-wise they call it a back bounce. So you're supposed to like stand up and then you jump backwards, land on your back, and then try to get back up. For whatever reason, I could not do that. And I kept just hurting my neck every time I tried it. I was so angry at myself. I'm like, why can't I get this? Yeah, it sucked. And I'm persistent, I'm stubborn, so I'm gonna keep doing it, but I knew that I was like straining my neck every single time. No, yeah, zero relation, absolutely nothing. Yeah, no, it sucked. It's just like... Because I got like a lot of other tricks down. Like I was able to basically almost do a front flip. I got like side rolls and everything. It just sucks that I couldn't do the freaking back one, and I wanted to do that one, if anything, but whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, I have the strength to get the banner, which kind of sucks. Like that room that I did was like kind of like a little bit of a badly handled one. Like if I didn't open the Mimic, I'd have more time, but it is what it is. Walking in with what I have is pretty good. I did not pick up that Petri back. We did check a lot of chests. Did not pick up a Serenity back, which we used one on the ability and item down floor. So, but Magicites are full. Everything else is kind of okay. So we're kind of in good shape here. Steel's gonna drop in a bit, so I gotta be careful there. Other day I pulled something in my upper lower back neck that is basically hurting, trying to lift weight on my head. which made sleeping and moving out of... Oh yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, for me, I have the permanent shoulder injury, so I'm like banned from sleeping on my right side. I kind of catch myself doing that. I'm like, you know you're gonna suffer. It's like, yeah, whatever. And then I suffer, so it is. Yeah, don't get old, Strawberry. Stay your youth at 24, you know? Stay at 24 and you'll be fine. Say... then die. In that order, right. I'm long past, it's over for you. Rip, dude. I think I have to heal. I think I have the potion. I did not pick up a potsherd here. That sucks. None. I have to run to the next floor with only 88. Okay, it is what it is. Probably for the better. So I would say part of my thing here, I probably could have used my flights a little more aggressively. So it kind of sucks that I actually am looking at capped flights and then -1 Petri, because maybe I could have gotten away without that. Of course, the circumstance in which I used the Petri I felt like was definitely worth it, because we got a lot of kills. Just that floor kind of compounded on itself, because it also gave me like multiple mimics, but it is what it is. We'll definitely try to burn off the flights in the next set more than 91. So I'll try to be way more aggressive on using flights in the next set before I try to use anything else. I like to use the flights in 84, 85, because those are the more difficult floors in my opinion. We'll see kind of what the game gives me though. Am I on pace, by the way? I didn't even pay attention if I'm actually on pace here. I imagine I should be, but... Okay, if I fall below 60 before the 6-minute mark, then I'm good. Especially I'd be going faster than 10% per minute, which is all I'm looking for. Like if I go under 60 here before 6, then we're good. If I go under 50 before 5 minutes, then we're definitely on pace. Because we'd be going faster than 10% per minute. So here I'm like right on par. 60% at 6 or 7. Okay, so we'll see what the next minute is here. Going into 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, we're going... Yeah, okay, we're fine. I mean, a little tight on time, but we'll be fine. I turned 38 to see you. If I were a JRPG, I would have gray hair by now. It's like, I have gray hair, so that... So by that definition, I am in fact a JRPG character. So is that what you're telling me? Why am I me? Just give me a nice skill. I'll take a pet skill. I'm noticing somewhat of a pattern that most of the bosses you've done so far, you pull the corner of the arena. Yeah, like this one, actually, you could fight by the purple gate. You'll probably see more people than not do it over there than over here. I've just gotten used to this one because this is a safe spot. In 90, the 90 boss, you'll definitely see a 3 o'clock to 12 o'clock rotation. Essentially, like, these orbs... And, like, there's a lot of orbs in Heaven on High, which is funny. The bosses do a lot of orbs. The orbs are in a pattern, a predictable pattern to some extent, and for whatever reason, like, there are safe spots that the community has found over time. So you're kind of playing to those safe spots. So because of that, like, I kind of wish it was a lot more random, that you had to react a little bit more. But it is what it is, so like you will have kind of like spots that you basically don't have to move at all. Kind of makes the fight a little boring, but again, that's just how it works, so you just work with it. So hello from VR. Wait, so if I go like this, am I gonna make you dizzy? Is that bad? I gotta make chat dizzy too at that point. Watching together in the cyberpunk world. Ooh, that's cool. Like, is it like almost like a drive-in theater? Because actually, if you're talking cyberpunk the game, then they do have a drive-in theater in that game. I remember that scene in that area very well. And now I want to rewatch Gundam Seed Destiny. Thanks. Wait, what did I say? I haven't seen that, so I don't know what reference I made. Oh, is it the JRPG reference or the other one? I don't know. It was like a minute ago. I don't remember. A long time ago. Orb? Oh, Orb? Oh, I see. Hit the wrong button. It's like an apartment? Oh, okay, gotcha. Ooh, like almost like, you know what it makes me now think of? Like the chill lo-fi cyberpunk scenes that they have that they use for like the videos. I like those. They actually like have it like as apartment music kind of vibe. Nice clean boss here. Palms again are pretty good. I wish they were a little bit better, but they're pretty good. Lost a little bit of time towards the end that I didn't kind of mitigate for as well as I should have. But going in with this, if you're going for your clear attempt for the first time, I would say this is fantastic. I just have higher expectations of myself. But this loadout is very, very good to have if you're going for your first time, so... Alright. I'm gonna stamp outside for a second. We will take a small break, ad break, all that fun stuff, and then step into 81. 20 more floors remaining. This definitely will be a fun floor. It always is a fun floor, because this definitely sets the pace. Like I said, 71 did set the pace for getting into 81. Now you got through 81 with... You got into 81 with really good palms. Now you gotta try to get out of 81 with really good palms. And this is where I think if your run didn't die at 71, you're probably dying in 81 at some point. So trying to manage this floor set, to me, is some of the most exciting part of Heaven on High, and maybe all of Deep Dungeon to some extent, because... unlike all the other deep dungeons, even EO, PT, Palace of the Dead, you go into those with a game plan. I always joke about Heaven on High, where you can make a game plan, you step into the first floor, that game plan is thrown out the window. Because a lot of times the game just like throws everything at you, it doesn't throw anything at you. You have to react on a floor-by-floor basis instead of it being kind of sectioned off. Even Palace, you walk into 181, we have like game plans. Okay, try to use your early flights in 181 to 183. Plan for your alterations in 186 to 189. Look for, you know, watch the Chimera trains. Use Rages, double dip Rage later on, because like even PT 81, right? You just kind of just pick up incenses. Use your palms, pick up incenses. Even EO is kind of like use your demi clones, because you get an enormous amount of demi clones. You kind of have a game plan, but here it's like you make a choice per floor that can ripple effect down multiple floors later or even before. So you have to be very kind of careful what decision you make and make the most out of your palms. And it could give you success or not success. So we'll see how it goes. But we'll take the break first and then do that. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, guys. Alright, 81. I was kind of mentioning before the ad break You're kind of playing this set floor by floor. So what I like to do at the beginning, at the very least 81, I like to go strength and frailty to try to get off the first floor as fast as possible, or as efficiently as possible. After that, we'll just see what the floors give us. So definitely see how my thought process. I'll try to be as verbal as possible about why I'm deciding this, why I'm trying to do this, and then we'll just go from there. So let's hop on in. It's really hard because a lot of other deep dungeons, I can be like, well, we're gonna try to do this when this happens, blah blah blah. I can't do that here. I'll literally verbalize the game plan and it's gonna change immediately, no matter what I do. So that's 81 for you. If anything, raising immediately. Make sure you raising. You're not seeing raising anymore. Make sure you do the raising here. So I do. You know, should have updated my title, which would have been smart. Quick fix there. Alright, raising first. Opening alteration is interesting. We'll see about that one. Steel is really good. That opens a lot of doors for me. So I'm still gonna open with here. I'm a little concerned right now because I heard 2 apes on the left side, which sometimes means you might see a possible treasure room if you see that many and hear that many apes, but we'll see what happens. Also have to watch out for my current potion stock. I only have 84 to play with, and I know I'm going to use quite a lot on the boss, so I need to be like very conservative with what I have. Now, one big thing I will definitely suggest, and if I do it, don't follow me, is if you have a frailty, try not to open any gold chests, because if you pop Mimic, it does not have frailty on. So if you commit to a frailty, which one reason I like committing to it early in the floor or at the beginning of a floor set, make sure that you're going to now like kind of just keep killing until it drops off. Then you can start opening chests again. So keep that in mind with the frailty. Didn't get the GC off, feels bad. I had thought so. It's a treasure room. My gut told me that it probably was going to be a treasure room. I don't know if I want to work this room, though. I may want to try to just get to the exit, and I'll probably ignore that room for now. I mean, there is definitely a possibility in that it would be worth trying to go through that room, and like maybe conceal through, but it's still a pretty big risk. I mean, alternatively, I can work the room and then conceal to get out. So that's also another alternative that I can do. Try to work the treasure room. I might actually consider that only because I might be able to make some progress to open some chests here, but we'll see. Have a lot of kills to go for, and there's a ton of Chimera through there. So that's why I would make it a little dicey. I don't think there's another patrol. I hope not, because it's gonna totally sneak up on me because of the way I'm positioned right now. Innovation is now off, so we're just going to do less damage here. Get over here. Okay. No patrol that I can see. Oh, the exit's open. Oh, I didn't even pay attention. Oops. I just pulled. Okay, we gotta go. Because there's no point in me working that thing. I want to take the time here. That's not bad. Probably have to think about a conceal here, otherwise I have to get more kills. I do have a couple apes that are firing off their crap, so I need to watch out for that. Hold. I'm gonna check the chest even if it's a mimic. I'm gonna risk it. Yep. I think the ape in the exit room, which is likely the exit room, is probably going to be gone. Or finished from their chests. I'll take the conceal in. We're just gonna go in as is. I really want this bronze chest though, because I would possibly get a potsherd. I did not. Okay. Pretty good first floor. Just had that extra kill that was a little unnecessary, but we have an altar room going for the next one. Here goes the roulette. See what the game gives us. 1 debuff. And is a Magicite, so that's fine. I can fight through this, because I have a little bit of carryover on my Strength and Steel. And it is also altered, so I'm gonna see if I can... I can't get any further, unfortunately. Patrol coming in? Oh, going away. Okay. Patrol coming in over there. Take care of this Chimera now, because my burst is available. I'm gonna be safe from patrols in this specific spot. I do want to try to find that altar room as soon as I can, though, because if it's Corrigan's, it will speed up my room. We're fighting through this one. Dragon Voice. My burst is going to be available in 10 seconds, and I want to verbally say that because I want to try to pull something soon. Chimera. At least I got to clear these chimeras anyway. Gonna be interesting if I see a Magicite, because it's gonna suck, because I can't probably use it. I almost would want to think that I get one here too, and I don't think I want to push down to 1 Serenity just to Magicite, so I'm just gonna have to cry, because I can't do anything about it. I mean, if it's Odin, it becomes an interesting thought process, but I still won't take it either way. Incoming patrol here. I'm gonna hold on to my interrupt, or I'm gonna pull it back. What's my decision here? I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. Play it safe. You get a lot of stuff by doing all the floors. Stuff you mean like rewards? There is a title that you get for clearing 1 to 100 without dying, which is Lone Hero. I knew it. I know this game. I played this game long enough. I know this game enough. That's fun. But you do get kind of higher rewards on the higher floors as opposed to the lower floors. You can get a Dodo mount, which is great. Yeah, and kind of like what I was saying before, honestly, if I was at 3 Serenity, I would go for that Magicite. But I wouldn't want to go to 1 Serenity, so I'm just gonna have to eat that and just suck it up. And there's no... And in the way that I conduct the run, there was no way in hell that I was gonna drop to 2 Magicites to assume that I was gonna pick one up at some point. Especially with the possibility that you probably don't even see a Magicite after this. It was just very unfortunate that you get a rather rare no Magicite debuff. And then get a Magicite in that same floor. So it's... a lot of things worked against me all at once. But it's okay. We'll just deal with it. Now, you could get lucky and actually get the Serenity. It's a little bit late, though, because I'm like, kind of halfway through this floor. It's like, it would kind of suck to bring the Magicite when you're already spent like 4 minutes on the floor. But it's at least 2 patrol floating around. Increases the drop by chance. Or I'm just guessing. I think you're guessing. Alright, have a good time, man. Enjoy the return to Final Fantasy 14. Nice, I'm on Ether too. I'm on Cactor. Although I don't play with anyone, so there's also that. Got that a little tight, honestly. So Mantega's faced into the direction I need to go to here. Oh, he just moved. I'm gonna try to see if I can... Oh, it is Corgan's. It is Corgan's. Kinda forgot I altered this room already. Good thing I checked. Flight is actually very good. So that flight speeds us up. Which is great. I would like to check this other room. I hope them... Okay, good. I was hoping the Garula would go to the left so I can go right. Nothing here? Let's go. Oh, let's not go. Shit. I'm gonna have to wait. His belly's showing. You see his belly on the sun? Look at that. Looks like it's a mouth. What a shading job there. It's just... His belly is just, like, protruding out there. Very good content. Hey, cheers. Have a good night, man. Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm probably gonna couple a affluence here, since I'm just waiting. I'm trying to like... So like in this situation while I'm just waiting for something to happen, waiting for them to move, because I would not like to do the pull, I start thinking about what am I doing? Like, do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? How's my floors looking? So currently what I would like to probably do is I want to burn like a couple flights here. So like we'll flight the next floor, flight the next floor after that. Probably push flights to 1 unless I pick up other stuff. Thank you for following. Appreciate it. What's up, Sadie? And then go from there. I'm not sure if I use the flights immediately. I probably used one flight immediately, because 84 is usually ass, so that's kind of why I want to go for it. What is the chest and the intuition? Okay. Sadie completed his run of Gunbreaker Heaven on High in his stream earlier today. So he put it in the books for the Deep Dungeon of the Month. Looked like a good run for you. Had a pretty good run. I could have played better a couple times in the previous floor set, but that's okay. I mean, it's like Rust, so I'm not too worried about it. Clean floor to flighted floor, that's pretty good. I want to pull something right now because I have my burst up. Shiba, hello. Just want to say, wishing you good luck at the run. You're the best. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a little older now. A little rusty. I haven't been in here for a couple months. I'm also dying, but you know, I appreciate it. I'm trying to get it back into tow. And hopefully we can just get the clear today and I don't have to worry about this run ever, you know, for the rest of the month. Not that I don't like Heaven on High. I just have business and PT to deal with, so. Okay, definitely want this bronze chest because of my limited potsherds at the moment. And we got one. Good. That's good for 91 plus. Gozu. Probably get the Gozu, but we'll probably be okay. I'm probably going to flight now. Gotta show new players how to recover from mistakes in the tutorial run. Yeah, absolutely. Work with what you got, you know? We made like tiny mistakes, not any significant mistakes. Mistakes where like even vet players would probably just like make that decision and then you kind of look at it as a mistake, but it was a choice, right? I chose to do this. I knew what the consequences were, but I decided to commit to it anyway. I do have a burst available. I did get that Serenity back, which is amazing. I do want to burst something now. I'm going to pull this one. What is the... So, exclamation point on me, Ross. It is Ross's kind of plan here. The idea is like a book club, except for Deep Dungeon. So every month is going to be a Deep Dungeon that will be a specific Deep Dungeon with a specific job. And it kind of encourages the community to try to go for that clear. So this month is Gunbreaker Heaven on High. That's why we're here. So it kind of allows everyone to kind of gather to like one deep dungeon if they're first timers, if they're vets, speedrunners, whatever it might be. And if you have information you want to share about the run, you know, resources, blah, 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 that's what that is. Oh yeah, as of like a week ago. Like if like recent, yeah, like a week ago, so. And Ross is heading it, so that's why I give him credit for sure. You saving Gunbreaker for last? So am I giving you spoilers? Is that what's happening? I'm taking the time. I missed the room, if anything, but I'm taking the time here. I did flight already, so we're gonna go. Interesting. Okay. No match set again. Interesting. Double interesting. Okay, so now here, what are we doing here? I don't have a strength running. I do have a possible steal I can use, which I probably use to steal. It is flighted, so I think I do steal. Yeah, we don't want to surrender on a flighted floor, but I probably steal to help me get through this floor. Pop steal now, because I might get the min taker here. Oh, I do not, because he turns red the last moment. Very cool. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Empty room. Cool. I should fight in this room. Oh boy. If he turned the other way, it would have been GG. I got Monk, Dragon, Lat, Gotcha. Patrol always goes one direction into a room, so he's not gonna all of a sudden go to his left and come to me. He picked that right direction, so I will stay here and I'm gonna be good from away from the patrol. Going for the uptime strat here. Gonna get him in a corner. Once he does the giant AoE, I can hug around the wall and avoid it. Keeping the uptime here now. Almost late. Get away from the front because he'll get autos in. Incoming Shinze. Back up a little bit. Oh, you stopped. Okay, you're also dead. I want to kind of get out of this room though. I'm gonna probably pop another flight now to kind of stay ahead on time. I'm willing to go to 0 flights here, like I said before, which I didn't do before, but I'd be willing to do that. That was an intuition. There's another patrol coming in. I do have a burst available, but I kind of want to get a little bit further before I pull, because this is a flighted floor, and I want to see if there's mimics here. Strength in, that's pretty good, but I can't use it yet. Another chest over here. Check that before I get an aggro, although I might get the aggro here. I do not. Intuition. The same as the one PT. Baba Ganoush. The Humbaba. No, they are actually, honestly, way worse. They'll do a DOT on you, and then they'll do 2 DOTs on you, one of which can be interrupted, but they do kind of hit a lot of damage, so they just kind of, they're very much like trucks when they hit you. Anything that does double attacks here in Heaven on High is definitely bad news for defense. Tanks can't handle them. I actually fear them a little bit more than some other people. You could manage them with proper mitigation, but I kind of just prefer to avoid them because they can kind of ramp up the damage just all of a sudden. Yeah, Humbaba. No way. I mean, I should know the names, right? I'm doing it long enough. I should know the names myself. I shouldn't expect anyone else to know the names, but those stand out because the Humbaba is one that definitely snuck up and killed me when I met them the first time because I didn't know about their hidden last attack. So I remember their name. I remember the ones that killed me, you know? Make a special note for them. Not out. From Bob, it's a knowledge check. It is a knowledge check. What's up, Lynn? Hope you're a little bit in better spirits today. Started attempting, yeah. Nice little gotcha mechanic they have. Dying to something is the best way to remember it. Yes. So I'm kind of like thinking, do I alter? So that's kind of where I'm debating right now. I'm sorry, not alter. Do I affluence? Because I like to couple sometimes affluences with flights to kind of get a little bit more chest on the floors. However, my loadout is pretty good. There is a chance I can get strength and steel, which is good. Could get another flight, which is good. So I'm kind of seeing like, am I gonna get a higher chance of something coming to my inventory? And I think it's leaning to yes. So I'm kind of just debating on that one right now. Okay, we're up. The pet tree. Finding the pet tree would be sick if I can do that. Yeah, I think I commit to the altar here. Doing a lot better? Yeah, no problem. Fuck. Okay, blind sucks, but it is blinded. I'm sorry, it is flighted, so I can work with it. Ryogen, I prefer not to fight the Ryogen unless I have to, because they are kind of tank busters. There's a patrol, I can hear it, I think. Something's moving around. Oh, hi. Where's that chest over there? I still wouldn't fight them, especially in a blinded floor, because the fight is extended. I'm also trying to conserve my regen potions right now, because I don't have so many. So I kind of would prefer to fight a fight that I don't have to heal as much, which is this one. And we started with 0 regen potions and 0 potsherds, in case people are like, you know, they feel like they don't quite have enough. And to see how the run's going to go. We've picked up about 99, I believe. A little more than that, maybe like 100 something. So not that many, but it's been going pretty well trying to stay alive with Gunbreaker's defense. The Gunbreaker certainly can get it through with like not that many starting potsherds and potions. Potions is also kind of a pain point for some people. It's like, oh, I gotta make sure I have enough before I do a run. Fair. But it's also like, well, what is enough? What is that number? Right now we have like about 100, so another 100. So I have to use a lot more regen than me. I think see, if I had it's really interesting. If I had my stock of potions, which I do have a lot of them, I'll chug them like all the time. So for me to be forcing myself to go like limited and to like really manage my defenses, I think it's making that adjustment. So it's like putting myself in that mind frame. But I'm with you, Lin. I chug potions like constantly. There's the petrification. Oh hell yeah, I chug them like constantly. So because I'm challenging myself here to be a little bit more conservative, I am making decisions that are in favor of me conserving them, if that makes sense, you know? And I guess to me it's more like, okay, it's possible. You know, maybe it's not ideal, maybe it's not practical, maybe you want to have a larger stock, but hey, it's possible. You don't have to have that many potions. But oh man, let's see me, I chug them all the time, dude. I chug. When I feel like I have an infinite amount, I just use them as free as I can. And here, like, even if I get to half HP, I'd be chugging them normally, but again, I'm like wiring my brain to adjust for that. That, okay, I gotta just pop more defenses, I gotta just make sure I conserve, try not to get it off here, you know? I might have to use another one. I might be able to get through, actually. Oh, ready to use again? Even? Yeah. Same. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to the 15-second cooldown, not the 30-second cooldown, you know? So, I get you. Nice. We're gonna be good in shape. I have picked up 4 so far. I can probably use them a little bit more here. And be kind of okay. We're kind of on time here, looking at the time. We are at 33 minutes into the 5th floor. I was talking about this on the 61 set and the 71 set. You want to check your halfway mark. What is your time stepping into 36? Into 86, rather. So if I step into 86 with under 30 minutes, I need to consider using something. If I'm over 30 minutes, then I'm like, okay, yeah, you know what? We can maintain this pace. Maybe like, you know, see, you know, be on call a little bit. So right now, it looks like I'm probably going to be right at 30. So I probably want to consider maybe burning my other flight here. And I would prefer the flights, because I'm kind of justifying that a flight can save my time, as opposed to, let's say, a Petrify. And then save the Petrify for the next set, not for this set. That would be ideal for me. And you want to use the flights a lot earlier than later, because, you know, using a flight with 30 minutes left, yeah, we can get through, even if the room's a lot longer. But if you go and like go into a, like, let's say 89 with like 14 minutes left, and it's like, do I flight? It's like, I don't know, the boss is gonna take a while. Like, I don't know if you want to fight here, because you may not even get out in time. You might have to end up using something anyway. So that's why using it with a lot more time gives you a little bit more leeway into what you're gonna do with said time. So I think here, do I affluence? I think I hold on to the affluence. We'll do the flight only and then go from there. Might also start seeing me use some alterations, but I'm going to get rid of the flights first. Our current palace is going good. Cleared floor 120 the other day. Alright, good. Excellent. I'm cheering you on, quote. Love the updates, by the way. Okay, clean floor for flights. So we got kind of lucky with the debuffs on this set. Like, the debuffs can be pretty nasty up here, and we're just getting kind of lucky. So here, I do have my burst available, but I will actually navigate a little bit to see if I can get close to the exit. Just in case it's a treasure room, you know, there's a gold chest, so I'm going to check things a little bit here. Or Mage Site, that'll be great. Not quite. Alright, this is the exit. Let me do a pull now with the Cyclops. I'm going to pull him back a little bit to get the line of sight here. Oh, you opened with that. Oh boy, you're spicy. Okay. Usually he opens with Glower, and he actually didn't even move the Glower. Interesting. Watch out for Glower. Okay, 2 manticores at least. Else chests. Fortune, alright. Silver, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna... I know there's a manticore coming, so unless these guys move, then... I do want that bronze chest. If I get another potsherd, I think I'll use more potsherds here. Let's pull the manticore. I'm actually gonna potsherd here because this is an attack bonus enemy. Oh, there's a Ryujin in here. What the hell? Question. Gallicats, so they sound. They are sound. I'm actually going to pull him even further, because I want to get through this room, so with the possibility of checking what's going to be over here. I saw the aggro. Extra kills a waste of time, but it is what it is. I made a mistake. Oh, actually. Okay, no quick kill there. Nothing here. Glower again. I do want that bronze chest. Okay, so what do we do for the next 4? I think I like the altar, and we'll go from there. A possible time save for the altar, because if it's Corrigans, then I'd save time. If it's not Corrigans and it's just mimics, whatever. It just becomes a normal floor. But also there's a possibility, I don't know if I do it on today, but 87 to 89 does have a likelihood of landmines. Very tricky to do it, but you could possibly do landmines here. It's not as frequent as, say, 71 to 73, but you do have a little bit of a higher chance of landmines. So if you're kind of like a little bit stretched on time, it's possible you could do that as a landmine play. I'm going to think about it, but it just depends on what the floor gives me. Like if it's another clean floor, I'd probably think about it. But if it's like debuffed and everything, probably like this is blind, so it might get a little tricky. Here at minimum, it's blinded. Okay, so this is a altered floor, but a full floor, and it's blinded. I could probably absorb this time right now and just kind of go through it and then kind of figure out what I'm going to do later. I could also consider just nuking it, just move through the next floor. That's also a consideration, which I think I might go to, but it would depend on what the altered room is. I like to kind of make my judgment on what the altered room is. So like if it's Corrigans, I get like 3 free kills, which I did. And then so it's like, okay, we're halfway through the room already. It's almost like I flighted this floor. So I'm going to fight through this because of that. So this is where the altar is interesting. If this was a mimic room, I would consider the petrified to get off faster because of the blind. But now because it's this one, I consider this instead. So that altars here are a little bit more worth value in terms of like what am I doing with the altar. And it's possible we're actually out on this kill too. So because 4. But I'm more wanting to fight through this floor now, even in the blind. And I might alter the next one as well to see if I can get that time save, and then consider probably a floor wipe on 89 at the moment, depending on how this pacing goes. So it just kind of just comes down to what the game's giving me. Again, this is such a floor by floor basis, you know. This could have been a completely different strategy if the game gave me something different or what to work with. But I'm also playing with my time. So, like, looking at my time, we're at 25 minutes into 87. That's pretty high, I would say, on average. Most people probably at lower time with, like, less palms. But lower palms are fantastic right now, so not really complaining. Red key. So I'm going to see if I can get to the exit. Maybe clear up it a little bit, see if I can check that other room. To see if there's a chest there to probably check into. Let's see what the exit's looking. Okay, exit's a little bit unclear. It could happen. If that's the case, I have multiple solutions, so we can work with it. That's perfectly fine with me. That's why getting the Serenity was so big, because I can make adjustments that way. I should be safe. If I'm not, then I'll take it. I got hit at the same time that thing went off. You gotta throw me off a little bit there, but sorry. Fights are very slow. But this is kind of what you signed up for anyway. So this will be the 6th kill. Hopefully we're out on 6, because that would be a pretty good amount. Especially because you're kind of multiplying the time it takes for me to kill something with the lack of accuracy here. Interesting that he can auto-through a wall. Yeah, he's a big boy. He can do that. But yeah, the AoEs themselves, the AoEs are centered from their center points and then goes out. So if you're line of sighting their center point, that's why it doesn't go through. I believe that is the gist of it, why it works and why it doesn't. An auto, I think, is a little bit different because there's like a reach around. Ryujin's still giving me an issue. I have to pull something else too. There's a bronze chest there and an Kenko. Ugh. The only thing that's there. I'm probably gonna have to pull this Ryujin. Which means I'm gonna potion here because it's gonna hurt. Baiting elbow drop. Just be careful with the elbow drop. Not be back there. You're dead if you will. So now again, I'm kind of adjusting to what this floor is, right? So now that we've been on this floor for quite a while, we're going for the 7th kill here in a blinded floor. So time is kind of melting away a little bit. So yeah, more than likely you're looking at a possible floor wipe somewhere in the next 2 floors. Hopefully only one of them, not 2 of them. I still have time to try to fight through a floor. But we shall see. Ow. Ow! Relax, bro. I'm healing. Miss Chila!
Happy birthday, Neon Jealous Dominos, Zoj, Mr. Man.
You say neon? Is that what you actually type? Neon? Your cat? What do you type? Oh, no, it's just the lady said that. Okay. I am old. I'm very old. Look, I acknowledge it, man. I'm old. It's fine. I get it. I'm old. I'm not denying it. Every time I get out of this chair, I feel old, you know? Yeah, trampoline park, Dave and Buster's, bro. And then you guys. So, can't complain. Don't say you're old, because I'm not that far off. I'm old AF. I'm literally old as hell, dude. I have actual cobwebs coming out of me. No! It's like, you know, I tried to be young today, Sheila, because I tried to do a flip on a trampoline, so we're good. So as long as you two can do a flip on a trampoline, you will stay just slightly younger. If you can't, then you're mega old. You're like super duper dead old, you know? Thanks for the sub. I'll check in a second. Who's that? Oh, thanks for giving a sub to the husband. Appreciate that. Oh, and it is pinned in Sheila's anniversary on the same day as my birthday, so happy anniversary to them. They've been married like 100 years. It's awesome. I don't have a trampoline at my disposal. I mean, neither do I. That's why I went to a trampoline park. You think I have one at my disposal? What are you trying to tell me? Sorry, 200 years? My bad. Okay, so this horse is posing to be an issue now because we've been in here a lot longer than I'd like to be because of the extra kill. So we have to be very careful now with my time. Now we're probably looking at maybe a double floor wipe. Might even execute the landmine that I was thinking about, that I mentioned that I may not do, which I might do now for the time save. We'll see. So it just kind of depends if I actually even get off this floor on this kill. Bomb's gonna be a mess, I know. Well, I mean, it's good it's gonna be a mess for people, right? People want to see it being a mess. They don't want to see me just walk to the victory. It doesn't really help them. But we put our work in. That's just what it comes down to. Oh, you don't have trampoline parks in Japan, really? Well, whatever. Looks like time to pick up an elder. Like right now? Okay, right now. If I don't get an elder, Elvis, I'm gonna banish you. He's gonna be banished, dude. It's gone. You've looked? Gotcha. Interesting. Is it just not popular there? Like, it's just not a thing? There's one in every corner that says pin. I'm dead. Okay, no, I'm not dead. Okay. There's Trampoland. Trampoland, I don't think that's a trampoline park. I'm not sure what to tell you. Wait, okay. It's Japan, it's whatever. It's literally... I believe you. I didn't say you're lying. I believe you. Okay, this is a good petrify candidate right here. Very good petrify candidate. Ow! There is a silver chest there. I want to at least get to that silver chest before I decide to nuke this thing. Yeah, I guess it could be worse, true. You have an update? Gotcha. Okay, didn't get that. Right. Time to die. I don't know why I did no mercy there. It's like pointless, but we did no mercy, so. I gotta get the silver. I gotta get the gold. Come on, I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Okay. Oh my god, it's a Serenity. Why is it Serenity? Okay, it's too late. Like, if I knew that there was a Serenity beforehand, I would have changed my game plan completely and it would have just went for the kill, but... I think you need to go there tomorrow, Sheila, and then take pictures. I think that is your assignment tomorrow. Because I know you have a lot of free time, so... Wait, you dropped the chest, actually? Okay. Strength, good. I'm working tomorrow, want to pay for my work hours, then I'll go. No? What are you asking me? You think this one-eyed guy can see me on this exit? Yeah, he can. It's a really risky thing. I want you to go. And it's true. But I also said you had a lot of free time, so... Okay. I need to get off this floor fast. We might try to do a landmine. Oh, well, interesting. Actually, this would be a good landmine candidate, wouldn't it? Strength, use it now. If I see one. I have to floor wipe this at some point. That is a landmine. Okay. You like the big rooms? Well, the problem here is that I'm gonna have to deal with the Kokis, and the Kokis I can't line of sight. There's another landmine. Alright. I have... Oh boy, all the Enkos? That's a treasure room. Wait, that's a treasure room, so that's actually good, because I could probably get some more kills this way. Okay. Oh god, oh my god, I'm an idiot. What the hell, dude? I'm an idiot. That's the stupidest thing I've done. Okay, we'll do it again, it's fine. I stepped over the landmine. I might have to Magicite this instead. Okay, I'll just Magicite it. I did that absolutely incorrectly, because I was so focused in on the, Enko trying to do its Kono, I just ran into the landmine. It's like, I got the Petri back, no big deal. Let me check here. Affluence. Yeah, especially more the aggro. There was no way I was going to recover, because I would have to re-steal, re-strength. I could have popped like two, witchings to make it happen, but it was going to be way too risky. So backup plan to just get all the kills. Yeah, RNG manipulations, right? But I will want a safety here. I'm thinking about it, but I think I safety here. I lost the strength, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. I'm gonna check all the chests, because I could get that Magicite back. I got the Petri back, so that's good. Got the flight in. A lot of good things so far. I didn't get the Magicite back, that's okay. And the Serenity, that's huge. I'm gonna safety here for the exit. Okay, let's go. I think I go for that bronze chest so I can get the potsherd. I have a lot of potsherds though, so I think I don't even need it, but I'll probably just go for it for the extra potsherd. I don't know, after that, after like doing what I just did, I mean, you know, it could be questionable. I always have to make it interesting though. But I definitely get off this floor at the very least. No. You either just trigger a trap or you do a safety. That's the way to go. I'm gonna use my potions a lot more here, just because I know I have a lot to work with stepping into the next set. None. Zero. No changes. I did Control F Deep Dungeon and everything. Nothing. And I don't think there were any job changes either, so it's kind of just neutral. Nothing adjusted. Oh, did Reaper get it? Oh, you know why? Oh no, I guess I just missed the job adjustments. I kind of skimmed through really fast, so yeah, you guys would know better than me. Thanks. I got a little lucky with the pickouts, but thank you, Sadie. With one little flub, but it's okay. Would actually had a full complement, but it's alright. I messed up the landmine real bad. Starting at 3 o'clock here. See if I remember how to do this boss. It's been a minute. Here it is. That's right. It happens. Okay, 77, we're bringing it back to 3 o'clock. We go from 3 o'clock to about 1 o'clock to 12 o'clock. That's pretty much the rotation here. And this is just because we know the save spots. After doing this for so long, we figured out that these are good save spots, so that is why you see this pattern for melee. I call it melee uptime, because you definitely get uptime here versus like the other methods of doing it. Still interested to see if someone finds like an even better strategy over time, but I think this is the one that most will definitely use. They're not doing so well, really? Interesting. Third one doesn't have an orb here, so I can kind of vibe for a little bit. Not too long, though. A little low, it's fine. Okay, halfway done. Forty-two, 42, 42, 42. 42, 42, 42. $42, $42, $42 on the minute mark. Yeah, about 10% a minute. We should be fine on time. I don't need to go any faster. Need to maintain this and we're good. Gonna see what the pacing was on my end. And we're good on the pacing. And oh, I'm in trouble here. Heal. Yeah, I didn't even get a potion up there. Yikes. No thing here. Stuff like that doesn't help because I lose damage because of it, but I think we still have enough of a buffer to be okay here. Although I will lose that strength in a minute, but I think we're still going to be okay time-wise. Strength up. I mean, I think I'm ahead on pace on like by like 2 minutes in general. Like if strength stays on, I think I finish like 2 minutes remaining, so I have a buffer even when it falls out. Essentially, I want to make this decision by the 3-minute mark. Because by the 3-minute mark, I could consider a frailty and get the most out of the frailty. But we definitely should be okay on pacing here, so I'm not going to be too worried about it. And even losing that thing, I'll have about 2 minutes without strength on the fight and about 10%. So we'll probably go like, I don't know, like probably go like 8 or 7% a minute, so we should be fine. I want to think that we're going to finish with about a minute and a half remaining, maybe? A minute and a half remaining. Someone isn't healing. That is me. Every cooldown that I have. Chain is now down with 10% remaining, which is what I thought. Palms are very good. Very good. If I saw a new player walking in here, I'd be very happy with their progression. Because you don't get these palms like randomly. Like you can get lucky. But it definitely does take work to retain the palms into 91 like this. It's still hard. It's very hard to kind of keep this consistency to be like this. But it's possible for sure. Granted, I got a couple pickups that were helpful, but I think I only got one Petri. Would I say 130? Like right on par, 127? With a little bit of downtime because I just couldn't manage my thing correctly, but... See, Ada, thank you, appreciate it. It is kind of late. Alright. 81 in books. Alright, let's finish it out, guys. 1 to 100 today. We started stream, how long ago? 6.5 hours ago? Let's try to wrap it up. 7.5 hour run. Palms look good. Let's try to take it to victory. Now, it's interesting because I would say the meat of this run is 71 and 81. And then if you have really, really good palms, 91 kind of becomes kind of whatever. Things can still happen. We still got to navigate those floors, but we do have 5 floor wipes and a flight. So in essence, I'm only going to have to really fight through like 2 or 3 floors if I don't even pick up anything. That's assuming I don't pick up anything. But that's the getting really, really good at those previous floors to help you into 91. Because doing 91 without palms is very, very difficult. very difficult. And it isn't to say that it's impossible. We've had a couple, I've had a couple videos on YouTube about us doing it where we had one of everything. So very bare minimal, bare basic. We've had like Over Moon and a couple other guys do it where you don't have anything at all and you get kind of close to victory. So like a lot of gamers have proven that you can still get very far with very minimal. So the more and more palms you give yourself to work with, the more likely you're giving yourself a chance to victory, but it's still heaven on high. Heaven on high can screw you and punch you really below the belt whenever it feels like it. And, you know, you could make a critical mistake when you thought it was safe. So you still got to play pretty well. So we'll see how this next set goes. I'll take a small break here. We'll get some ads out of the way. I will get some potsherds because I need to get the potsherds out too. So let me do that before I forget. Otherwise, it'll be a very interesting run. But here, also, before we hit the ads, one really, really important part is we started this run with 0 potsherds and 0 potions. Really important because I would say this is one of the pain points of trying to do a Heaven on High or a Eureka Orthos run in particular, is because hey, you need regen potions. Oh, okay, I gotta get some regen potions. Oh, how do I do that? Oh, I gotta get 21 to 30. PT is really good about the regen potions in that deep dungeon. Palace is way too good, but Heaven on High and EO is still kind of the OG method, where you kind of have a little bit of a harder time to get them. But today's run was all about, hey, this is what happens when you start with 0. I mean, you probably have I would imagine even a first-time runner who is trying to get their 8 pull to cap or close to cap will probably have a couple potsherds because you're probably going to have to work your way to 30. You get that free potsherd to 30. So you're probably working with a couple, but you don't need that much. So we started with 0, and now we have 212, and I used a bunch of the boss. I think I've only gotten about 250 total. That's a good amount. And I was being very conservative. And again, this being the Deep Dungeon of the Month being Gunbreaker, we are talking Gunbreaker kind of specific here. So if you're a fellow Gunbreaker, this is what it's possible and what's capable of doing. It isn't to say that you necessarily will be able to duplicate that, but at least we're showing you what's possible. So you don't have to have too much of the potions. The more you have, the more comfy you are, the more you can chug them. But at least you can work with a little bit less. So I hope that helps get you to like a little bit of more of a entry level of starting it sooner versus having to farm to get yourself ready. So, all right, ads are going out. I'll be back, guys, and let's finish this run. See you in a little bit. All right, it's food up. Let's get in there. And I can finally go to sleep. It's been a long day, guys. Been a long day. Been a nice day. Been a long day. I'm ready to sleep for like 3 hours just to wake up to do more shit. Life. Welcome to life. Let's do it. Instant raising. I do like to fight through this floor. We have a lot of buddies who actually like to wipe this floor. I do like to fight through this floor personally, so... Oops. So nice strength. Did not go the way I wanted to. Going to Frailty, I think. Okay, we're Frailtying. Frailtying, that's a word. I'm gonna be a lot more, I'm gonna use my regen potions a lot more. So note that, because we have 211. Mathematically speaking, if you didn't know this, I mean, it's simple math. And simple math is the only math I know how to do anyway. If you were to chug a sustaining potion or a regen potion every single time it's available, and this is like the old, like, 15 seconds, let alone the 30 seconds. But if you use it every time it's available, I believe the maximum amount that you can use is 240. So having 212 to here, it's very unlikely I'm gonna run out, even if I chug them like non-stop. So we're definitely good to just keep using them here. Again, with the Frailty on, try not to look to open any gold chests, because if you get a Mimic, it does not get the properties of the Frailty. So just keep pulling with the Frailty on, make the most out of it, and then open the gold chest afterwards. I'm gonna hope I can squeeze out maybe one one more kill after this, that would be great. Maybe 2 more kills potentially, we'll see. This is without steel, mind you. It is with frailty, but it is without steel. Okay, we got the monk. That is a treasure room. Not the exit though, heyo. First opportunity at a bad debuff floor. I have 2 paths right now. If I have a rolling strength or steel going into the next floor, then I'll probably Serenity. If I do not, then it's probably Petrify. Okay, y'all moved. Amazing. I actually might be able to get to that other one. I think it's a little risky though, because I have to run behind this one. I could get to that chest, but I'll play it safe and not do that chest. Get a little close to the exit. Intuition times 2, love that for me. No patrols, which seems to be good. I think I would have seen one by now. Let's just get close to the exit and just keep killing. There's a silver chest here. It doesn't do me any good, even if it's a magicite at the moment, but we'll try to pop in, see what happens. Nice little corner here to get the line of sighting, which is one way we like to handle the white mages. As there's casting, we kind of hide behind a wall so they don't get that cast off. They don't do melee, so they're much better than Tofu. Tofu will melee you, but these will not melee you. Okay. Monk. The top 10 floors filled with the Confederates? How you mean? You mean the mannequins? No, you'll stop seeing mannequins by 95. They won't be there by 95 anymore. There is no boss, if that's what you're asking. These are mannequins, yes. I can probably show you. See? See that? See that? They don't have a face? There you go. They're mannequins. No face. 0 face. 100% mannequin. Now they don the gear of, like, you know, monks, white mages. That's how you can differentiate, like, what they are, who they are, kind of thing. But outside of that, yeah, you can't really tell them that. Very normal to have a very long first floor. Getting out of here in 10 minutes is actually fast, so keep that in mind. Especially because you're not using much. I mean, I use the strength, but outside of that, I'm not using too much, so don't worry too much about time. Time on the last 10 floors of any deep dungeon is always going to be weird. Because you are looking to dump everything, minus, like, let's say EO and PT, where you kind of do need to save at least something for the boss. Where these don't have bosses, so it's a little bit different. But seeing the time, it's like, oh my god, you just spent 10 minutes here. But yeah, it's okay, because I got 4 wipes, you know? So we'll go faster eventually. But I'm trying to take this floor, which is guaranteed to not have the debuff, and to get off this floor without using anything, and then start using things later when you're probably going to get debuffs. That's at least my logic. Again, some gamers would do it differently, and that's perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. That is the way that works for them, and that's fine. There are lots of different strategies to approach this content, so whatever's going to work for you, whatever you're okay with, as long as you get the win, that's all that's important. Of course, things get a little bit more fine-tuned if you're looking to scoring, if you're looking to speedrunning. But this is just we're just going for the clear today, right? So, alright, so I like to do Affluent's Alteration as an opener here into 92, 93 if I have 394. This kind of gives me a little bit of flexibility. If I see Korrigans, I may consider fighting it. If it's Mimics, then I more than likely will nuke it. So it kind of gives me that kind of adjustment like I did last time in the 81 set, where I kind of made that decision on the blind floor, which kind of hurt me, but... Okay, so the debuffs are real bad, and it is Mimics. So here, I do want to nuke this, and more than likely it's going to be a... Petri, but the problem is the Mimics are going to truck me. So I may want to try to utilize that Witching, get them a little closer. I may also want to do a Steal here. I'm going to utilize that Witching I just got to get them a little closer into the next room. I'm going to do a Fortune here, I think. Yeah, even if I get Mimics, it's kind of whatever. If I can check this gold, that'd be great. Before they pop out. Push. Alright, let's go. Oh, I missed. Gotta watch out with the blind, because you can miss. And that's a really bad day in the office if you didn't realize it. Okay, there is a silver, which I'd like to get to. Gonna be a long way for that. I'll take these 2 chests and probably go. All the chests I drop and shot and probably go. Also set up the next floor for another Affluence Alteration there. Conceal is very good with the Conceal. Steel came back, and another, like, 3 intuitions here. That's amazing. Okay. Again, same rules apply. If I walk into the next floor, I see Korrigan. More than likely, I may Serenity and fight it. If it's Mimics, I just nuke it again. Just look to fight a future floor. No Magicite. Okay. It's okay. It's actually a clean floor. I might actually consider fighting it, because I need to clear up at least a couple floors. So right now, if I nuke 93, 94, 95, 96, so I still gotta go through about 3 more floors of fighting. So probably will take one of these rooms to fight. So I'll do this one. I'm taking advantage of the lack of debuffs on this floor, which is not common. Like, a lot of times you're dealing with, like, 3. So I definitely want to get the most out of this floor and just fight through it. I gotta, like I said, I gotta fight through 3 floors, so... Well, technically 2.5, because one of them is gonna be flighted. There's a patrol. I want to find that ult room sooner rather than later so I can decide what the hell I'm doing. That demon might aggro me because he's kind of facing in, but let's see. Mimic. I know the patrol is there, so I'm kind of vibing for a little bit here. Another one coming. Oh. That's a treasure room. Damn it. Okay, I'm already 2 kills in. I mean, I could nuke it, but this is still a really good floor to go for. So I think I just kind of continue on my path and just kill through here. Is what it is. Serenity. I'll hold on to it. I do need to worry about the patrol that might be coming back here. Hopefully by the time it comes back, it'll use this line AoE, which is now doing... And then I have to dodge the other one. There we go. Perfect. Okay. What's the best class of the game now? Job? Best class in the game? Like the entire game? Or like this specific content for Heaven on High? Final Fantasy XIV in general does a very good job balancing things, and anyway, like, it's very much a party job, so there isn't really... I mean, you're not looking at jobs individually, looking at maybe comps at the very least, but not, like, an individual job being the best, and they're very close together anyway. Is it Painter? No, it's like nothing. They're all very well balanced, so you're not getting a one job that's going to be standing out from the crowd. Even here in Deep Dungeon content, I mean, you definitely have favorites of the community of what's clearing, which is the solo content here. But even then, you have multiple jobs that can do the job, so you're not too much thinking that one is way far superior than everything else. That's one thing that Final Fantasy really does very well, is the balancing, so you don't have a job that's just going to be just like, yeah, this is just the god tier job. Everything else sucks. Not here, not in this game. I haven't found the ult room. I haven't left these first 3 rooms yet. I know there's 2 patrols floating around. I don't know where they are at the moment. So this kind of indicates that probably isn't a straight line. In this game, people go insane if a job is even 2% stronger than another job in the same role. On numbers, when like maybe half the time people can't even achieve those numbers. it's always funny. It's like, I mean, yeah, if you can achieve those numbers, sure, but like... probably not achieving those numbers under most circumstances. Sure. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, well, one less floor to worry about. This is a bit... it's mimics too, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna get out of here. Most people won't play it well enough to notice yet. But they'll still believe. Like, that's the funny part that I always, like, I think about when you think about, like, that kind of dynamic of, like, using the best job. It's like, it's assuming they're playing it at the best level. but like, you're probably not. And it's almost like you can probably play another job at a better level and almost equal out, but that's not what people are gonna read, that's not what people are gonna understand. All they're gonna know is that numbers say this, so I follow numbers. Which is why sometimes it's boring. You know? Just do what someone else says. That's boring, dude. Do what you think. But that's hard, so... Okay, that Gozu's there. Mr. Gozu. There's one more. I know there's one more. I'm out? Interesting. Now, what do I want to do about these next coming floors then? Do I just nuke them? Yeah, I mean, I'd rather nuke the next couple floors than fight them, sure. That is in fact the exit. That is going to be... not trouble. Oh, but he's gonna look into the... prevents me from that chest. I just go? Question mark? Or just go? Nuke the next two and then figure out from there. Petri. Holding on to Serenity. Oh, never mind. Gives me options. More than likely a Petri here, because it's a nice clean floor. Dun, 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 dun. Unless that's a Magicite. I definitely get the Jinba. And I definitely get another treasure room, so there's also that. And Vari, hey, thanks for follow, welcome in. That's a dead end. Not great. Okay, pretty good. Mimic. We'll look to Magicite the next floor. So I can put that at 2. Ideally. Someone's not healing, could be me. Okay, check all the chests here. That's a strength. That's another strength. That's great. Not sure. Okay, nuke the next one, and then flights, probably. I'm not going to use anything at the moment. Getting into a nice spot here where I can only have the last 3 and Serenity them up, which is great. I may actually petrify, because the last 3 floors, by the way, cannot be no Magicite. So there's a possibility I will have more value doing it there. So I'm probably going to look to no Magicite later. In the floors where I'm guaranteed to have that no Magicite. I know WoW is unbalanced with the flavor of the month class. Yeah, but that's fine. I feel like you can't go in between, right? It's either you go balanced, you go unbalanced. And if you go unbalanced, I think that's fun because it's you know, you kind of just yeah, you kind of will have one that'll probably be overpowered. It get balanced, you know, they kind of nerf it maybe, but you can at least have a little bit more flexibility in jobs that you'd like to play, which is kind of fun. But yeah, 14 is very balanced. Usually, they try to be very balanced at least. Oh, that's not good. This chest. That's equally not good. That's less than ideal. I'm just gonna have to pop it here because that centaur is not gonna out. That centaur is not gonna give me any space to move either. That's a bronze. Okay. Small room. Also, no gold chests. Got Bronze City today. Seen that in a minute. Oh, hi. Well, that's a treasure room. Okay, well, I've had a treasure room every freaking floor. There is that part. Alright, so let's do a Serenity. I'm sorry, not a Serenity. Let's do a flight to go through the next floor. But some folks are always chasing meta, even if it's only a couple. Yeah, that's what Ross said. It's just 2% means a lot to people for whatever reason. Even though they probably never actually hit the 2%. Or they go like negative 10%, you know? This is worthy of a Serenity. Because I can bypass the other ones pretty well. Infrequently, there is content, you know, circumstances where the percentages difference matter. Yeah. Downtime, blah blah blah. So fights could also adjust that that rating as well. And yeah, there were fights that kind of could use that extra percent. I mean, teams could use that extra percent. But that's also fair. In those cases, it really sucks when XYZ is liability to bring tends to be source of walling Nash into another thief. Yeah. This is flighted. May flight the next one too, and then just nuke the last two. I mean, where else am I gonna use it, right? So I'm just gonna flight now. I'm like, you didn't aggro, really? I only stared into your eyes for like 5 seconds. That's the exit. Okay, let's just fight for the exit. I know there's things behind me. Eventually. Two patrols here. cancel that. Also, if you're in PF doing Savage Prog or something, you deal with like 1 to 2 less pretend, one than a different job you don't want to play. You're struggling to hit DPS strike because you're surrounded by average players. That bad from yeah, fair. Like my quite recent struggle. We did like a mini tutorial for this one, especially for Gunbreaker, especially for the Deep Dungeon of the Month, which is Gunbreaker. So I'll definitely try to get this video up on YouTube as soon as I can. But this one hopefully will give a little extra information to those working on Heaven on High. There definitely seems like a good amount of people that are trying to get their clear here. So here we go. We're back in just for once a month right here to try to get this run in to see if it helps people. Current run, I think current runs always are kind of nice to see. You know, this is exactly the... And especially just after the 7.5 patch. Not that there was much changes for Gunbreaker, but hey, you never know. Maybe there was going to be changes, and we at least came in here, right? Pretty good run up to here. Pretty standard run for my own personal liking. Next month will be double dipping for you, since I think it'll be PT Viper. Ooh. When I was clearing, I was surprised that almost if not every enemy, at least a machinist. Yeah, some enemies are definitely a lot more questionable to kill because of the output of damage, for sure. Let alone a mimic, you know? Yeah, I'll probably like save Viper so I can actually do the clear on that month in April. I'll just do like a different melee class and just kind of line it up so I can do Viper in that time. Alright, next support. We missed the speed run though, 30 minutes. Feels bad. Can't even speed run. Big room number 1 with an auto heal. Strength. Gotcha. Might be a good play. Ease everyone into eventual EO shenanigans. Hell yeah, Religion. Join us, one of us. Well, the month of April is also PoE 2 though, so might be a little tough, man. Might be a little tough, Ross. We gotta do our PoE 2, man. Just get our hardcore characters just to die and complain all the time. I believe it's Red Mage for POTD, the OG. I wouldn't mind getting back to Red Mage, honestly. I like Red Mage. And that's so up my alley because I definitely learned how to play Red Mage and Deep Dungeon via Red Mage. I would love to give insight more on that one. I've always said Red Mage has such a high skill ceiling in Deep Dungeon. Very different than I feel like in what you utilize it for raids and stuff. So much fun. You're gonna ask how are being picked? Basically we are Ross's slaves. We have no option. It is a dictatorship, so whatever he says we just do. That's just how it goes. Oh well. Aw, thank you, Sadie, for the 51 months of support. I appreciate it.
Cog wide.
Long live the king, dude. Right now I'm picking one each myself, but yeah, so like basically like the concept Religion was just like it probably like just like kind of keeps the friction a little bit lower, you know, gets people into the whole idea of it, and maybe like a little bit later like there will be voting, a little bit of democracy. But if like for now I think getting it started is not a bad idea, instead of like already getting it like kind of like, oh, let's just all vote for this one. Like you need people to do that, you know, so it's kind of a, I think it's a good way of doing it. I mean, I agree with the methodology with it, so not gonna argue. Wait, was that a silver? That's a silver. I love playing Red Mage, but I struggle in deep dungeons. I might just be bad at kiting. In my opinion, Red Mage it really just does take a very particular playstyle. Again, I would love to do more of that and to explain the way I go about it. It's not easy. It really isn't. There's so much going on with Red Mage and how to kind of get a good to it. I mean, our buddy Willow Green, to him, like we call him the Sage Master, but he has a lot of problems with Red Mage. A lot of problems with Red Mage. Not everyone's gonna pick it up. And in fact, the matter is, I mean, it's why it's good to have 21 jobs, because you're not gonna be good at everything. I like to try to be good at everything, but I have my preferences. I have jobs I like, jobs I hate. It is what it is, right? But I think it still gives like a nice exposure to what it feels like. Maybe you might end up liking it, you know? And big room number 2. But it's okay, because we're just gonna get out of here now. So the last 3 floors, like I mentioned, cannot be no Magicite. It's just coded into the game. So it's kind of cool that way. So planning out your Magicites to be used on the last 3 floors is very advantageous. Because you will not get penalized for it. Now, of course, in this big room, if I get a no items here, I'm kind of forced to have to use the Serenity, because otherwise I'm just gonna have to deal with fake traps and everything. At least you get to use the Magicite, so there is that. I know if we voted, there would be people overwhelmed into a meme choice, so for the first 4, I'm taking an executive decision. I think it'll be great once you attract more of the beginner players too, and like new players and starter players, because then you'll get like a potential even out vote of like the veterans who would give a meme choice, but maybe you have like 10 veterans who are going to give a meme choice, but then you have 10 new players who give like more of a legit choice, you know? Yeah? Good, I'm glad. I'm glad to hear it. I mean, you're gonna probably... Also, this is exactly what I experienced, right? I mean, I'm sure you've seen it maybe in your Discord, or maybe you've observed it in my Discord. There are a lot of people not gonna say anything. They're just gonna be there. Oh, it's a dodo! Look, it's a dodo! There are gonna be a lot of people that will just kind of, like, read and not say a word, participate, be very quiet, and that's okay. So... We got the dodo. Yeah, exactly. It is what it is. And it'll feel like there's a lot of people, but let me tell you, I remember one time, Ross. I like to say this sometimes. Sometimes you get like, you know, once in a blue moon, you get some drama showing up. Someone says something like really like just completely off base, or like it shouldn't have been said, and they said it anyway. You'll get someone who you've never seen in the Discord, like you've never seen them talk in Discord. They come out of work to be like, yo, that's not cool. Not cool, man. And whenever that happens, to me, it's like, I need to pay attention to this, because it was actually so bad that someone had to come out of work to say something. You know? And I think it's a funny dynamic, but also it's like, it's kind of cool in a way. You know? To me, it's almost like the workers are very valuable, so. Can you time out in 100? Yes. If you don't hit the shrine before the clock hits 0, you will fail the duty. Gunbreaker in the books. Back in the books, guys. There you go. That's a Gunbreaker run. Nice and smooth. Nice after a long break from Heaven on High that we still kind of know how to play the game. A lot of good things happened here. But look, one of the things is that I'm consistent, right? And so that's one thing that I personally would like to impart on people trying to do it. It's like, yeah, this place is riddled with RNG. Yeah, a run can go to hell very quickly. But through all of that, a lot of the top runners, a lot of the veterans still get a victory. So the question is, how do we do it? So that's where I try to, like, my best to, like, give off, like, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm trying to do. This is how my thought process is. And I think this is a lot more strategic because of that. Of course, it also does help to make minimal mistakes. Like, if you're making personal mistakes, making errors, that does contribute to, like, having a little bit more of a failure possibility. I did make one significant mistake, but we kind of patched it up, had a little bit of a backup plan, so it is what it is. But like you know, doing a clean run and trying to making the most of your time, that's like the very basic that we kind of do, and that's how we kind of get consistency. So hopefully those looking to it will hopefully pick up something and go for it and get some good fortune and like get a nice consistent run. But such as messing up a landmine play in 89, having to burn a match, like, yeah, no, precisely. I kind of hope I kind of wish I made more mistakes, honestly. So I always say like a run that goes smooth doesn't really help you guys. I felt like we worked for 81 to make sure 91 was good. 71 actually was a little bit hard on the last half of it. So we had to really make some decisions there, but that's how you do it. That's Gunbreaker, the OG Gunbreaker.